Try not to cough. Oh my god. Hello, welcome to the Cornerbird Studio livestream. Oops. Welcome to the Cornerbird Studio livestream. Oh my god, I hope my speaker feedback didn't get too bad. I have new speakers now, so I need to remember to bring the volume down when my mic is on. Anyway, welcome to the Cornerbird Studio. I'm still coughing. I'm really sorry. Nothing I can do about it. I'm doing something different today, and it's something that I'm really nervous about, which is painting. And I guess like I never really thought of showing any of my painting stuff, but I was thinking that there are a few things that I wanted to talk through to myself as I'm doing it, so that I can learn things better or remember things better. And I just like, maybe I should just live stream it. Anyway, everything that I do is just for myself, so I can do whatever I want. So just for context, I'm more of a 3D sculptor, and my most recent one is this one. It's so cute. Do you see how fucking cute this is? I just met up with my friend. Like, I made this for my friend, and we met up a few days ago, and she's like, she gave me this cute little thing. Oh my god, it's so cute. Look at what it's drawing. Oh, Chihuahua is so cute. I was like, oh, this is so this is so fitting, because this is like my face when I'm painting. As like a small background. Oh, let me show you the actual thing, since I was doing that more for the thumbnail. Just like as a brief as a brief background, I was an art student, and I did learn how to paint. I learned how to do 3D stuff, like general 3D. I didn't really learn how to sculpt when I was in art school. That was more of something that I did dabble in ZBrush a bit. But when it comes to like actual learning how to sculpt my own things, like that was only like a few years ago when I decided to just like pick up Nomad Sculpt and do my own things and learn how to sculpt on my own. And then you see how fucking cute this is. Anyway, I made this for my friend the other day, but usually, like, oh, so cute. Shit, I feel like that's part of why I wanted a live stream. Because I wanted to share how fucking cute this is. It's so cute. Anyway, I need to stop. So I made this for my friend, like just a birthday card or like a wedding gift, sort of. But usually I would do something, where is it? Usually I'll be doing something like this. So this is more of my, to anyone new to this channel, this is more of what I usually do. And I've come to a point where I'm trying to do renders of my sculpts, and I just have like no fucking clue like what I should do with them. Like, yeah, I just like don't know what to do when I see it. And so like I've laid this out like this. Why is it not disappearing? So I laid it out like this. So these are a bunch of renders that, let me just undo everything. So these are a bunch of renders that I've taken out from Nomad Sculpt because I'm trying something new. The last time I did Blender renders for my sculpt, my finished sculpt. And then this time around I was thinking that I kind of want to focus on sculpting this year. And so I was thinking like exporting these things from Nomad Sculpt is like not too bad. Although of course, let me get something. Now, of course, I have some Blender renders for this specific one. This is the latest that I've done. What's this? Where is it? For this specific one, because like there is still some limitations to rendering in Nomad Sculpt. So I made this in Blender, and the same thing, like I just don't know what to do with it. And like I've seen a lot of people artists who I really admire, that they can do really nice paintovers on like 3D things, or like some artists also, they start out from a simple 3D objects, and then they render that out, or like even just screenshot it, and then they do paintovers over it, and then it looks really nice. I guess I always wanted to do that kind of thing, and I do want to become good at painting eventually. Like it is a life goal of mine to be good at sculpting and to be good at painting, which I guess like sounds really ambitious, and I feel like I'm gonna fail. But then, yeah, like I guess I just want to try. And I'm gonna talk a lot in this stream because I kind of want to. God, it's so annoying that like once I get a cough like a few weeks ago, then now the cough is here to stay again. I hope that doesn't bother you. And yeah, like I spent so many years trying to get into painting and I couldn't. I spent many years trying to get into sculpting and 3D stuff, and finally I could. So I feel like just looking back at that achievement, it's a really huge progress for me. And that's why I thought that maybe now's kind of like a good time to learn how to paint while I have, kind of like when I have these experiences of learning how to get good at something, because I think my sculpting skills have gone to like a decent stage and I've learned quite a lot from it. And the most important thing is that I learned how to learn things, which is kind of like a really important skill, like learning how to learn. And yeah, like I really want to, in some sense I can just stop it at this stage. Is it too dark? Yeah, like I can just stop at this stage. But I feel like, yeah, I just look at it and like thinking I can do way more for them, or like do way more to kind of like bring them to justice because I feel like they're really nice, but then at the same time they're not amazing yet. And that's what I always want to achieve. Like I don't want things to just be nice, I want them to be really, really amazing. And it is still quite difficult for me because like I personally feel that my skills are good but they're not great. And so that's what this current stream will be about, and I'm gonna suck and I'm gonna fail, but that's just how it is. And like looking back at the streams I've done, I am very grateful to my old me, like the past me. But when did I start streaming? Was it 2023? On like, I was streaming. Actually, I was streaming this, making this specific sculpt. I was streaming like doing this specific sculpt, and then the Elden Ring Masma sculpt, and I'm just really grateful for the experience because yeah, like they just like taught me a lot of things, and I feel a lot because of that. I feel a lot more confident to start learning how to paint, which is always very scary for me because I feel like back in art school, there's this thing of like painting things from grayscale, or like choosing for doing like the white, light gray, dark gray, and black painting values, and then you look at a bunch of film stills, like a still frame from the movies that you like, or movies with really good composition, color, and lighting, and do those like 4 value painting studies, or what other stuff. Yeah, just like doing all those things. And many years passed after that, and I realized that like it does work for people who are great at painting. And like I guess part of the thing that makes me really anxious too is that people who are successful at learning how to paint, usually that's the path that they take, and then they do get better at it, and then I just never got better at painting. Even though I've done those things, and if given the time, like I can kind of like do like a 1-to-1 copy, because I would say like one of my good skills is copying things. But then at the end of the day, I didn't really learn that much from all those things that I painted. And I feel like, and that's also a problem when I look at something like this. Let's say if I screenshot this, and why is it? I'm sorry, it's too bright. And then I screenshot this, and I'll be like, what do I do with it? Like, I know that I have to do some painting over it to make it look really good, but then I realized that I just really don't know what to do with it. And I feel like it sounds a bit mysterious, or like maybe you might not get it, like what I'm trying to say. But like the past few weeks, there's been so many times when I'm just like, I don't know what to do with this. Like once the sculpt is done, once the vertex painting's done, then I'm just stuck. And so that's when I realized that the way to move forward from here, because now like my sculpting skills is like kind of up there. Now I know how to do the vertex painting, how to do the blender stuff. The only thing missing is learning how to paint to a decent stage, so that when I'm looking at my own works and my own renders, I can look at it and be like, oh, I know what to paint when I do like a screenshot of this, and like do it fast, do it nice and fast, so that I can post it on, I guess like the main goal is that I want to post these things on my Instagram and not feel like I'm lacking. is that what I'm feeling? I'm not really sure. Yeah, like just to sidetrack a bit, this is also you know what, maybe I'll just do it here. But yeah, just to sidetrack a bit, like why I also decided to learn how to paint now is like how do I say this? How to say? I try to like form the words in my head, but then it always doesn't work out. Is that I've learned like what makes me enjoy learning through climbing and bouldering. So I started bouldering or like climbing on the wall for a few months now. And before that, I spent a few years at the gym doing more of like weightlifting, but like I really suck at it. It's not really that good. And like I spent probably 7 years lifting weights, and then probably 5 of those years I feel like I always injure myself I have like chronic injuries and stuff from sitting down too much and being just like a stupid sedentary artist. And so like if I do things like deadlift, I'll pull a muscle on my lower back, which pulls on the spine. And these were things that I really wish that I knew when I was younger. So I hope that you might find this useful too. So imagine I really like to use this brush to draw now. So imagine that I'm drawing a not too sucky back. Oh my god, my muscle knowledge is like so bad. So imagine this is like the glute muscle, like that, and then this is the spine, this is the lats. Does the lats connect here? I'm not really sure. But so I have, and then the glute muscle is like this, and then I'm not sure whether, okay, anyway, like this is the problem that I have, where like I have chronic tightness over here on the right side. And because the muscles will be tight, especially when I try too hard on something and be like reckless and stuff without being responsible for my body, then the muscles are connected to bones like this. So this is the muscle, and then there'll be the tendons like that. So if the muscle is either weak or too tight, then it will kind of like get like stressed up, and then it will start pulling on the tendons which connects to the bones. And normally this is kind of like where we feel the pain if we overwork the muscle too much, or like put them in positions or in situations where they can't handle it. And in my case, it's because I'm always like very sedentary, and so I've developed some tightness. Like my hair is alright, but also tight. But because of that, then when I try to, I find that lifting very fun, so I want to like push hard, but my muscles couldn't take it, and so it starts pulling on my lower back spine over here. And like last time when I didn't know all these kind of things, like it really felt scary, and then I'll stop doing gym for like 5 weeks. Like that was the kind of lifestyle that I had. Like go to the gym and be like half-assed about it, and then if I injure myself lightly, then I would just stop for like 5 to 6 weeks and then come back again. And then that just kept going on for like maybe 5 years. And then I started getting more serious about working out. And after that, my boyfriend got us into climbing, and I'm really, really happy that we did, because now I get to work out my muscles for fun. Actually, why am I even talking about this? I feel like I just really like to share like this thing, because like I was so mind blown when I found out why I kept getting lower back pain. Anyway, if you have like a lower back pain similar to mine, if you massage this one, it will relieve the tension on the on the tendons, and you don't want to massage. You don't want to massage or stretch the tendons. You want to massage the muscle instead. But anyway, where was I? Like back to climbing. I keep sidetracking. Like back to climbing, and then I realized, and this is relevant to the live stream because like this is the way that I'm trying to learn how to paint now. Well, like nowadays when I'm climbing, after climbing a few months, I realized that there were times when I'll kind of like lose motivation to climb because like I'll feel like I know certain people who climb around the same time as me, or yeah, and then I feel like they gotten ahead or like they gotten stronger, and I feel like because I'm just like a bit competitive, that it kind of gets me quite a bit, especially like since my boyfriend and we start at the same time, and then there'll be some days or like some sessions where he'll be able to get something like a move in, and it does like get me down. So I was thinking about this in context with learning things too, especially when it comes to painting. Like, why am I never getting into painting? And I feel like there's some kind of like crossover, like very similar feelings, where like there'll be times when I become like demotivated to climb, and those feelings feel very similar to when I just don't have any interest in painting. And I feel like having interest in something is really important to just like get through the hard part of starting to learn something. And yeah, so like over the months or the weeks, then I try to like I can't try to think about what I want to do during the climbing sessions that is both like realistic for me and like realistic for like where my body conditions are at, and then what is kind of like realistic to why am I writing this down like where, so it's like trying to be realistic to where like my strengths are, where my weaknesses are, and you know, is that what I want to say? And then you just like look at this cute little things while I'm trying to figure out what to say. And then yeah, I just want to find ways to enjoy climbing all the time, while understanding that some people are just going to go ahead of me and I'll be slow at some things. And these are really relevant to when I learn how to paint, because part of why I never like go that deep into painting is because I keep seeing like people who just get really good at painting in like a few years, and then just like seeing how I never got good at it, like it is quite depressing. So it's like understanding where I am, like how, like just be kind to myself that I'm going to take a while and take maybe a bit longer to learn how to do the painting, how to do the climbing moves and all this stuff, and how to be okay with that. And also like learn how to be okay with, I guess, like showing you guys how I'm learning how to paint, because it is quite scary to show like where I'm failing at. And then what's the other thing? yeah, so like just trying to be more like logical and realistic. And then the other thing would also be that something that I realized with my climbing sessions, especially the more recent times, is that I'm kind of at like I don't know what the V grades are like, but at my climbing gym, there's like the usual, like every climbing gym have their own like level 1 to level 10 or something. So I'm kind of like at level 4 right now. And like one of the V grade in my gym is like level 4 -1. So maybe I'm V3 or something. And I kind of stuck there right now. But so like sometimes, let's say I'm like here now, and sometimes when I'm doing the climbs at like the level 4 range, yeah, if I'm doing the climbs at level 4, I realize that I'm just like not motivated at all to do the climbs if I can't reach the top of them. And then I realized that that's also something that was something that got me struggling with feeling like climbing is like I still find the climbing sessions fun, but then there'll be like this nagging feeling in the back of my head that like, oh man, like that climb today was not satisfying, or like oh man, like I should have done better or something, because my boyfriend will like top some of the level 4 holes climbs that I couldn't. And I realized that, yeah, so, and then I just try like randomly following people who are better than me. And then, so now I've been trying to climb more like level 5, level 6 climbs, and like maybe even like try some level 7 moves. And I don't know where I'm trying to get with this, but so recently I've been trying to do, like, let's say, imagine like maybe this is one wall in the gym, and then maybe there's like a climb here, there's like level 5, and then maybe like a level 1 climb, and then like a level 2, and then so maybe there's like a level 2, level 4, level 1, level 5, level 6, level 4, level 8, level 1. So there's like all these climbs over here on like along the wall. And I kind of used to, for a while, I was just like trying the level 4s only. And then once I start like the words like plateauing at the level 4s, then I kind of realized that like it's not really that, like it feels very frustrating. So now I've been trying to do like level 5 climbs and some level 6, but like just one of the moves in the whole climb. So like let's say if the current climb that I did, or I mean the latest one that I did, let me see, like this, and then there's a handhold like this, there's a handhold here, and then another handhold here, no, this is like a foothold, and then the foot here. So the current climb that I'm doing, and there's a handhold here, is, yeah, you start out like, so you start out like this. I kind of forgot like where things are relatively. You kind of start out like this, and then you have to get your foot across here, get one arm to hold this thing. It kind of looks like this, like for real, like it looks like that. Like this is the climbing hold that you have to grab, like that. And then after that, put both legs on this, and then pull yourself up. And so like I'm like slowly pulling myself up until I reach like here. So maybe I'll just undo that. And just like bear with me, like this will maybe become clear, maybe like it will just kind of suck. And then bring the arm up here. Oh my god, why's the proportions all wrong? And then this arm, like once you reach this, I kind of find it quite fun to talk about this and like review the things that I say by myself. So I'm just going to keep talking. And then press over here. So like imagine this is your hand and press here. So like once the body is in this tension, and then you kind of do like a side, like imagine you're like doing a side plank on the floor, but then you're doing it on the wall. And then once you can hold that tension a bit, quickly move the hands up here and then press on that surface. And by right, and then wait, no, this wrong. Got ahead of myself. So when we are here, then you want to start bringing the foot up here. And then like imagine this is the climbing shoe, this is the foot, and then this is the hole. Then you kind of want to grab this thing. You kind of want to like grab this thing with your foot, as if like you're trying to grab it with your hands. So that's what this is going on. And then it brings you higher up so that you can position yourself up to kind of like that side plank move, so that you can press your hand onto this like sloper hold. And by right you're supposed to somehow keep yourself, because like on the side view of the wall, this is how it's going to look like on the side view. And then you're supposed to like put your face as close as you can to, and then this is the hand. You're supposed to like stay really close to the wall like this. Like it's quite insane. And then and somehow you're going to keep, why am I saying you? Somehow you're supposed to keep this. I'm supposed to like keep this tension so that I can let go of the left hand and then bring it up here and press. But so this is like level 6. I'm currently like level 4 in climbing. And the beta, which is the solution to the climb, is you're supposed to get into this position. And once you get into this position, you can let go of the right hand like this. And then kind of like aim for that handhold, which is kind of like okay, but not that great too. So probably your hand can only reach like this. So you're supposed to go from this position right here and jump so that your hand can catch this hold. So like I think at the end of the day, you're going to, this is like where you're supposed to go, like that. But the thing is that because I'm still like level 4, there's a lot of things like I don't have my core tension and all this stuff. I'm kind of like stuck here, and then I can really feel my delts, my shoulders, and my torso, like all the muscles trying to engage, and it's just like like oh my god, I cannot get it. And so I'll be like pressing really hard over here, and every single time where I try to move my left hand up here, every single time I would just like start falling off the wall. Like, so it'd be like, yeah, I'll just be like, yeah, I'll just be like going off the wall every single time. But something that I realized is that for one thing, like doing this kind of movement is so new to me because I'm a new climber. And like when I'm doing this for one session, I will feel so this is the neck muscle, this is the trap, then there's the rhomboid, and then there's like the delts, the side delts, the rear delts, the what's this, and then the lats. Oh my god, I'm getting better because of climbing. You know, it took me, like, I would never remember all these muscles, but because I'm using them for climbing, I'm actually remembering them. What the hell? See, doing a sport that you really like is so helpful for artists like me who just can never get into anatomy. Yeah, so like some days I'll feel like my muscle soreness here. Some days it'll be like my left delt. Some days it'll be like my rear delts. So I'm always like looking for these very small achievements of like oh, this session when I'm doing this, I can really feel my right arm, my side delts on my right arm, or like, oh, I can feel my traps being worked, or I can feel like my rhomboids is like aching because of that specific press that I have to do, or like a pull that I have to do. And like why I'm talking about all this kind of stuff is because I realized that I could transfer these kind of learning into my painting side, which is because like for one thing, like I really enjoy climbing now, and I want to climb every day right now, but like I need to spend some time on learning and like getting better at painting and all that stuff. So I'm just climbing like every alternate day. But the other thing is also that yeah, I realized that I could transfer this like joy of learning slowly into my painting. So like now I'll just be like looking at all the higher level stuff and looking at specific moves. I'll be like, oh, there's this area on the wall where like there's a unique set of movement which I would really want to learn how to do it. And then I'll just like go to that specific area and just like learn how to just like hold it, just because my muscles or my technique is not good enough. And then maybe I'll be like, oh, there's like this climb over here which like looks doable for my level. So like let's say if the whole climb is like this, I'm just like focusing on this section here and just like practicing how to move through this level 5 or level 6 move. And like the same thing with this one. It was, I think this specific one, like there's a handhold that you have to grab here, and then there's a volume that you have to kind of like crimp like this. Like imagine this is the thumb and this is the fingers, and then there is a hold here that you have to kind of like jump up to get like that. And then there is a big volume here so that you have to put your foot on this and then walk yourself up to a final hold up here. And like I know that these are like impossible for me, but then I know that this is within my achievement. And like how do I relate that to painting? is that I realized that when I do all those painting studies, I never got into painting and I never understood like what to do with them. But now that I've done this kind of nomad sculpt, what's that? Now I've like done sculpting. Now I'm sculpting things that I really like, and I really want to do them good by doing like kind of like making them prettier with painting. Then I realized that there'll be certain things that I can't do, which is like to bring this up to like a high level paint. But then there will be a few things that I can do from like those little pockets of areas where, like on the climbing wall, where I can just like practice holding it or like practice do this, do that. So like for in this case, that's it. I have this goal facing this way, and I have like I've kind of like just a standard spotlight here. So this shot is kind of just the matte cap, showing the matte cap of my sculpt. And I have this one. So I want to learn how to make this look good. And so I've decided to learn how to paint these specific things like this, which I'm going to be painting this in the live stream, in today's live stream. So I'm going to learn how to paint this and try to like just pick up one or two things that I've just never picked up before. And then hopefully that one of two things, when I get back to this one, I'll be like, oh, like now I kind of know where I want to push, like what direction I want to push this towards. Like it kind of sounds a bit ambiguous because I also don't really know like what I want to do with this yet. But I feel like if I kind of like learn how to paint things that are very similar to what I'm doing right now, then like I think I can kind of, oh my god, I should have just erased these. Then I think I can kind of I think I'm just like hoping for the best, that I'll just get better and then I'll kind of like know what to do. Does that make sense? I feel like nothing makes sense. Like the same thing with climbing, like just doing all these specific moves in like the whole grand scheme of things, just like doing that one little thing. And I feel like my shoulders are getting good workout, my traps are getting good workout, and these are all things that I never work out just sitting down as an artist. And the most important thing is that I really have fun doing this sculpting. Like another climb that I did, which I really like, is so you have to start out like this, and then you just start like this, and then reach out to the top. And when you're reaching out to the top, I'm kind of like pressing like this, and then I have to push myself here so that I can get to this position like this, so that I can grab the hole like this, and after that slowly move myself to the other side and then jump off this. So the other half of the climb is just like impossible for me. But when I first tried this part, it was also quite impossible. Like it was impossible to hold this thing. I kept like popping off it, and then one time I just like tried to hold it, and then I just like popped, and then like I just fell like that. Like I was just like I just like crashed onto the floor because I just like popped off it. But like the second and the third, the fourth time, the more and more I did it, the more secure the handhold felt. And like it just feels really incredible feeling the muscle memory and feeling the just feeling like myself like get a little bit stronger each time, or like my positioning, my body positioning was just like a little bit better, like 0.01% better each time I try to do it. And then the next few days when I come back to it, like it just gets better and better to the point where I'm quite like confident that the next time I get to this hold, or the tomorrow when I climb and I'm going to try this on again, that I shouldn't pop off this hold anymore tomorrow. And then because I find the move from here to here like way like really impossible, then I just train myself holding this stupid hold here. And it really works. It really trains up like this area here for me, which is really dope. Like I really like it a lot when I feel like my muscles are being worked. And then the last session that I did, I was training really hard to link this position and this position together. And I finally did it, where like I could press myself into this position. I feel like it's a bit, yeah, it's a bit. Maybe I'll like try to take a video and like show it to you guys. But yeah, like I'm able to get into this, start from the starting hold. So initially, the last few times, I could only get into this position by jumping into this hold. But now I can do everything from the start to the middle. And I feel like that having that feeling is really important to me, because I want to bring that kind of, I want to carry over that learning experience to painting, where like it's kind of impossible for me to like paint this up and then suddenly become really good at painting every single thing. So for one thing, it's like this is just one small area on the wall which I've chosen to work on now, because I have motivation to do so, and I feel like there's a lot of crossovers from this to my current renders. So that what's that? Yeah, so like I find like intrinsic motivation, and I really enjoy. I like this shot, and I really enjoy learning from this. And I feel like my muscle memory is improving on like painting things, like choosing like what brushes to, I mean not what brush, like what brush size to use for, let me see, like what brush size I want to use to do like this stroke, for example, like that. And she does a bit something like this. Oh no, it's too dark. I guess I need to how do I do this? Because it's like too bright or too dark. I wonder if I make it bright. I guess I'll just do an in between. Yeah, like what brushlets I want to use. So I'm learning like muscle memory for that, and learning how like the lighting transitions, what color choices to make, and all this stuff. It feels so similar to climbing on the wall, where like I'm just picking out areas which I find really fun, and I know that I'm going to learn something from it. And anyway, there's a lot of talking, and I'm going to stop talking now, but that's kind of like the rationale that I'm going for, that over the past few months that has led up to this moment in time to do this. But yeah, hello Triton Ross, like thank you for tuning into the stream. I think the parallel in learning new skills. Oh my god, yes. Exactly. That's like something that I really find amazing. There's always this thing of everyone when we're younger, everyone is like, oh my god, I'm gonna get old, and then like I can't learn anything anymore, or like old people telling you like you're not gonna learn anything when you get old, and like that was kind of a big fear for me when it comes to doing all these stuff. Like when I reached a certain age, I felt like, oh my god, I can't sculpt, I can't paint, like I'm just not going to get good at anything, and I'm just not going to do anything. And then I realized after the nomad sculpt experience, that like, oh wait, like I learned how to sculpt better, and I'm understanding techniques and what's that, methods better now than when I learned how to do like 3D modeling or like painting when I was still like an art student. But yeah, it's like it feels really cool. And like there's the thing of like people when they reach like certain age, then they feel like they can't learn any new sports or anything. But like I'm learning how to do bouldering at an older age being like not in my 20s. And then yeah, like I feel like I'm learning so much. And I feel like now that I'm older, I I understand things better, and I'm able to learn things on a deeper level. So yeah, that's like really amazing. And I feel like even though I haven't really spent that much time on painting, I feel like I've learned like way more than whatever that I learned in the past. But yeah, like it really does make sense like when you say it, because I feel it too. I also feel like I'm not sure whether people will gather when I say that, but I guess like there's someone out there who gets it. Like you understand. But yeah, like knowing how to efficiently learn, yeah, that is a skill by itself. Like yeah, right. And I'm going to, because I've been trying to drink water to stop my coughing, so I'm going to have like a toilet break for now. And I'll be right back. I'm back. I know that I talked for a really long time, but I felt like this was just like a few months in the making. The like how everything built up to this point, and like things like, oh, just do lots of painting, just really didn't work out for me. I mean, even doing the thing of like, oh, just do lots of sculpting, it didn't really work out. It's not like it doesn't work all the time for me. And I don't know, I feel like there'll be people out there who will like, if you're like tuning into the stream and yeah, like me, you just never thought, you just don't know how to get into like putting in that 100,000 hours of painting, because you just can't find the motivation to do it. This was exactly how I found the motivation to do things, and the like where my rationale is is where it is, and how I rationalize things, and how I what's that, like what I tell myself, so that I can just keep going forward. But anyway, do you have a specific area in painting you feel stuck on? I have many. I have a lot. But like let's say for this one, I feel stuck in the sense of like in some sense I feel like this is it's looking too 3D. And I want it to look a bit more like a painting, but I'm like, I don't know what to do with it, and that is something that I'm stuck with. And so one of the things that I kind of like, so I used to be stuck with the background. There are many things that I'm stuck at, and I will show you the little bits of things that I've learned to unstuck like certain things. So like my background, because there's just like nothing in the background, it looked like this. And then I was like I don't know what to do with this. And then I look at other people's painting and realize that, oh, that they have textures and stuff on the back. And I was like, oh, maybe those textures would help save my painting. And I think like, yeah, it just like really helped a lot. So when it comes to the background of my paintings, I've kind of overcome like the hump of like not knowing what to do by like, let's see, it's just like a bunch of default brushes, and they're quite nice. So if you're Procreate, there's a bunch of brushes like this. I like the grunge brush is somewhere. You just have to find them around here. I like this one. Like that. The grunge brush. When I saw the grunge brush, I was like, that's exactly what I need. The clay brush, rusted decay, heavy metal, fresco, clouds. I think I'm not really sure, but I'm just like, oh, just save it. I think clouds would be good for like creating some cloudy looking texture, I guess. And all these are done really subtly so that something like this, and maybe I can smudge it up a bit like that, and that is the background done. Yeah, this really helped me a lot because I just never knew like what to do with the background, and now I know, and now I'm sharing it with you guys how to do the background. There's also this thing of like creating specs. I don't think I'm going to share like what I did with them. I've already shared it in one of my live streams, but it creates random specs like this, and then that will be really good for, let me just undo all of this. That is, I realized that that is very nice for this too. Like, oh my god, so fucking cute. Look at this, like, I need to focus. And these sparkles are pretty good for, I have one that's like a irregular circle like this, and these are good for filling up the background space, so you can see before and after. So like when it comes to backgrounds, I think I'm pretty confident about it now on like what I want to do for my own backgrounds, and I can even create specific like blurs, just like to blur it up a bit. So that is everything that has to do with backgrounds. And then the next thing was something that I learned from, oh yeah, so like when it comes to doing this, like touching up these kind of stuff, I'm still very stuck. And that is what I hope to learn how to get unstuck with, like learning how to do this. And I have done a painting before this. So this was the first painting that I did. And you can see like it's really it's kind of like almost 1-to-1, because like I just don't know what to do to kind of like, you know, like how some artists, when they do their studies, because they've done it like thousands, millions of times, then when they get a picture, they will do it, they'll paint it, but like they'll paint it like even better than the original, and they'll inject their own flair into it because they've done it like thousands and thousands of times. I've only done this one time, so the first thing that I did was to just like copy 1-to-1 to feel, to kind of like understand what is that? It's kind of like doing the various like problems on the wall, like the higher level problems on the wall, where like this is still like too hard for me to understand, like this. But then there'll be 1 or 2 things that I picked up from this, and one of them is that I'm going to put it here. Notes. Is that, especially for areas like this, something that I've learned from doing this paint is like, let me get the brush. I'm just using like the default hard brush. Where is it? Default. I think this one, the round brush. Oh wait, no. Yeah, I think I'm using this hard brush, but it's what's it? This hard brush, but it's like, you can see like it has more opacity to the ends. I think like my pressure taper is a bit harder, so it looks like this. Like I think it's it starts out at 50% really instead of like 0%. You only really know how to traditional paint. Oh, I'll look up on those people. It sounds interesting. I don't know how to traditional paint. But I feel like it's because I always feel like I don't know where to put my stuff. And that's like the other thing which made me do a lot more art, which is getting an iPad and Nomad Sculpt and Procreate, and then I'm just doing a lot more because I can just put them all on my iPad. But yeah, I'll look up on those artists when I end my stream. So one of the things that let me just is that you can see I just added a brushstroke of quite like similar values, but then now there's a hard edge like this, and it's what's that? Yeah, I realized like how important it is to make sure that this area is very smooth, because like just having this like hard edge or like this not blending up, like let's say if I kind of like just blend this up a bit, then you can see like it just messes up the whole thing. So it's really important to make sure that the gradient is good over here. So that's like one thing that I learned from this, which I've applied to this one. So that's like one last thing that I'm stuck at. And what is it? So before the paint, it looks like this. This is like the actual renders, and afterwards it's like that. Isn't it so cute? Oh my god, so cute. And you can see something like this. I'll need to fix this kind of very subtle thing, because it just looks, yeah, like I don't know, like it took me like so many years and like just like painting this up when I realized like, oh my god, this really affects how everything looks. So even when I'm trying to add some texture to the sculpt, I'm making sure that, and like I'm trying to blend this really uniform shadow line here by smudging it up. And the way that I smudge it up is kind of like more subtle, but I'm trying to make sure that there's no like that, like let's say if this is 0.1%, this is like 0.5 in value and this is 0.8, then in between this it's not going to be like 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, and then suddenly like 0.79 and then 8. It's going to be like 7, 7.5, and 8. I don't know whether that makes sense, but that has helped me learn how to do my painting properly. For like even this one, there's like a little bit of a bright edge here, like a brighter edge here, like this. It's a bit, like just this really tiny hardness in the bright yellow. I feel like it's a little bit too hard, and then it makes the smooth shape, like it just like breaks it a little bit. So I feel like it's nice that just learning how to paint a bit, then like I'm more sensitive to like how the gradient changes. It's like I'll just like fix this another time. Yeah, so like that's one of the main things that I've learned from doing this painting, where like just the really subtle changes really what's the matters, and it's going to be very useful for areas like this, where like I need to make sure that the gradient changes is not like too harsh or something. I think especially for faces, like I'll need to be very careful when I'm doing the paint over that. I don't even know like how much I want to paint over for this, but I need to make sure that if let's say I'm painting over this one, like maybe I want to see, I don't really know what I'm doing yet, and I find like that is a really big issue. Something that I realized is that skin tones usually normally is like kind of around here like this. So in terms of like picking colors for the skin, I'm kind of more confident now that like, oh, I can kind of just pick up colors from here and I'll like it. So let's say if I want to add like a shadow here like this, then I'll make sure that the gradient from here to here is not harsh, I guess. And then also learning how to distribute the darkness. So like I kind of like it when there's the saturation on the curve of the nose, on the sides of the cheeks, and like this. Need to adjust this, and the saturation on this edge right here. So I want to kind of like do the same thing on this one, where like there'll be more like saturation on the plane changes like this, or like this part. I want to I don't know, I still don't know why I'm doing it, because like that's why I'm trying to learn how to paint. But something like this, like now I am one small step into knowing what I want to do for my paint overs, just so that they look less, the aim for this will be to make them look a bit less 3D looking. Not that it's not nice, but it's just like I personally prefer a less 3D looking thing, and I'll learn how to fix up area like this. So because this is the matte cap, it's very like black to white, so I want to fix this by like adding some like color to it like this. So like one of the things that I was stuck at was learning how to color pick for skin tones, and I feel like I'm just a little, like maybe 0.01% better at color picking, choosing my colors for doing like the shadows to highlights for skin tones. So that's cool. Like let's say for the highlight of her nose, I may go a little bit like here. And then that's like too pink because I remember it from the paintings that I don't really like that color, and then yeah, I feel like I know like 0.01% like where to go now when it comes to my paint overs. And this is a new layer, so I just leave it at that. The other thing that I learned from this was like textures really make a huge difference, textures and lines. So before this, do I have a separate layer? No, I don't. I think this was, or maybe this one. So this was like before, like the first stage of painting. And then this one is after. And I particularly like struggle a lot with the hairline. I don't know how to paint hairlines. But I realized that if I just use like a line brush and then let me grab, and then I just add a line to it, and let me do it on a brighter area. So maybe I get this, and then I just add like one line. Maybe this color, and then like that. Something like this, then it suddenly feels like a lot more integrated to the whole thing. So you can see like initially the first pass of the painting of the hair, it really wasn't integrated at all. So having this kind of thing like just helps to integrate the main bulk of the hair to the painting like this. So that's something that I would do for things like this, where like for areas of her head like this, then I will like add a little bit, like that looks quite nice to me. I'll add a little bit of this, and then maybe I'll add a little bit of like line variations like that to this area here, or even to this area here. Because I also need to, like what Triton Ross said about learning how to be efficient, is I want to learn how to do like the bare minimum paint over on this so that they look great, and then post them up and then move on. So that is also something that I'm trying to learn from this, where like how much do I need to push it to a certain level, if that makes sense. Actually, what else? I also learned how to paint grids. So something that I was doing with this specific one, and you can see like I'm doing this specific, I screenshot this specific what's that, frame, because it's very similar to this, and I feel like it's more straightforward for me to transfer what I learned from there into this. Is that yeah, like grids are so difficult to eyeball. Like when I look at this, I don't know what color it is. It's so hard. So something that I've learned to do, which I've never really done before, because like I always felt guilty about it, is that I know that I'm supposed to paint in this live stream, but I just end up talking a lot because there's like so many things that I'm learning, and I haven't really talked about these kind of things in a while. So I feel like there's just so many things that has been going on. And it's like I'm finally painting, which I haven't done for like so many years, and I really just find that so amazing. I just need to share it to the world. That like I'm finally painting again. Like it's so insane. So Yeah, so something that I've been doing to make my painting sessions fun, where this like relates to what I was talking about with climbing the harder routes, but then I only choose like specific routes, specific parts of the climbing route to just like practice over and over again. Is so I have this like line art over here, and when I finish this one, I will lay the actual drawing under this, and then I will like use the liquify tool. Can I always don't like it when like I just wish that the layer tab will just stay open, and then I'll just like, oh, my ear is like wrong, and then I'll just push it. And like, I used to not do this because I would like, oh my god, I'm cheating, like, oh, like, I'm not gonna learn anything from this if I do this. But then it's like I have to understand that because I always try to do everything so proper that I just never wanted to pick up painting because it's so hard. So this is like one of the ways for me to just like make a really hard climbing problem manageable for me, which is like fixing my line art and then just like try to see like the before and after. So you can see for this one, where are you? So you can see for this specific drawing, I was doing the same thing where, and I see a comment, like let me get back to it, where like this is the liquefied version. And this was the original drawing when I just like trying to eyeball this one. And you can see like it's quite off. So I'll just like learn a little bit from comparing these two, which is the next time when I draw something like this again, I'm going to make sure that there's this like nice angle to the whole structure of the face compared to this one. You can see with this one, like when I was kind of like just trying to eyeball the proportions and stuff, that I end up making her face very straight down. Like the plane over here, like from this one to the nose to the lip. And it's just like, it's less flattering. And answering the chat question, do you have an artist that you like your work to look like? I have these artists that I really like. She does a 3D work and she paints over them, which is also like a big part of my inspiration. When it comes to digital, because like I started from a paint, as in when I graduated, I wasn't really into like 3D because back then I didn't know how to sculpt. So I was more into like illustration and 2D stuff. So I did follow a lot of 2D artists. But I guess like weirdly, because as the years goes by and then I see them getting better and then I just like stagnate and like just never got better, I kind of feel like more depressed looking at them than feeling motivated. But yeah, so I haven't really been keeping up with artists. But like this, she's one of the artists that I do keep up like once in a while to see like what she does. And I can't really think of anyone else at the top of my head right now. But I feel like when it comes to the artists that I follow, like it seems like they are quite like a tight network. Like if you know one of them, you will eventually like come across the other ones and all this stuff. Yeah, I think when it comes to style, who else? There's someone who I can't remember the name of. Oh man, I can't remember the name. But I feel like I do tend to like Japanese artists, and I like their work ethics. So yeah, I guess Japanese artists right now. So like the thing of like if I try to do everything perfectly at one go right now, like it would just be so demotivating for me, and it's just like not fun anymore because everything is just so difficult. So this is one of the ways that I'm breaking things down, like when I'm doing my climbing exercises. To once I finish this one, I'm going to liquefy it and match it closer to the where is it to the actual drawing. And then because like when we're starting out, it's just so hard to see like what is wrong with our original with the art that we made before. So the other thing would be every time I finish a climbing session, I think about what I did to improve myself at that for which like for the specific climbs, and also like what I need to work on. But I just focus on like one thing because it's like the thing of when I'm doing the climbs. Like some sessions like I would be working like every single like all the muscles, and it's like it's just too much things to think about or like to try to work things through. So I'll just focus on like, oh, today I had a really good workout on my left trap. Something like that. Is just like breaking things down to like really small manageable problems. So for this one, like what I said, of the next time I need to be mindful of, and it's like as a noob artist, like when you're just starting out, there's just too many things that you're going to mess up. There's just too many things that will mess up, and having too many things to think about, like, oh, like the angle of her eyes should be like this, the nose should be this size. It's like it's just too many things. So it's just focusing on the biggest problem first. So the next time I'm going to draw another painting, I'll be like, I'm going to focus on this having a nice flow to the face. And then what else? And then the second thing which I want to do, what was it? No, not this. The second thing that I want to do would be like thinking about what I got right, I guess. So when it comes to the proportion of like the eyes, the nose, and the mouth, like I got it quite right once I rotated this a little bit. But then it's like the thing of, oh, the chin is too big. The chin is actually like this size only. And yeah, that's about it for now. Like I think beyond this is like it's just too much information for me. So now we are actually going to be oh my god. I was thinking that I'm going to be talking quite a bit because there's quite a lot of things to go through, but oh man. It's a lot of things. I guess a few months of things is quite a lot of stuff. Let me finish up this and then the thing of like at some point when I spend too much time on the line art, I'm just going to like not care about like eyeballing things anymore, and I'm just gonna finish it up by filling this up and maybe like fixing this line here. I'm trying to be more systematic with what I'm learning. And it's like knowing that, like, okay, I've already learned quite a lot for today. And then the rest, I'll just like finish it. Which is, keep kicking my table. Which is kind of like what I've learned from climbing the level 5, the level 6 climbs at the gym when I'm just level 4. Is that I'm already learning so much from like doing just like one small section of a level 5 or a level 6. So I'm really learning so much just trying to draw this section here. And so the small bits, I'm just going to fill it up so that I can move on to the painting stage, which is this one. So like something that I've learned from the previous painting. I feel like this live stream is just more of like what I learned from the past few sessions or something. And let me group this up so that I can just like group this, hide and show things. Where was it? Well, like when it comes to the lines, helping things like this, the lines here is also helpful for something like this, where like I'm going to, let me see, what about this green will look cute on this? Where like I can draw in lines like that. Dude, this green looks really cute with Chikawa. Like even something like this is quite cute. Yeah, something like that. This is kind of partly learned from doing her hair here and doing this one, where I'm learning how to add like my own flair to this. Yeah, I really like this. And what's that? And so from this one, I've learned how to. Oh, right. So the second thing that I did, so once the line art is done and I start painting in the values like this, then what I'm doing differently now compared to last time is, let's say if I'm adding this value here, I will eyeball this section here. Oh no, I will eyeball this section here, and then I'll just like, I don't know, I just like try to pick the color of this, and then I'll paint this in. And then I'll paint this in, and it's like, oh, it's so off, and then I'll just try to fix it like this. Okay, I think this is a bad example because it's too dark. Maybe somewhere, maybe here would be good. So I'll try to like eyeball this part, and then let's see if, let's say if it was like this originally, then I'll try to eyeball this. Then it's like, maybe it's a bit more red. Maybe it's a bit brighter. And then I'll add it in, and it's like, maybe it's a bit too saturated. And then this is like how I'm trying to slowly learn how to build up a scene of colors. And then I'll do this, and then maybe it's like too red compared to all of this. And then I'll paint it like that. And if I'm going to struggle on this for like the next 5 minutes, then I'm just going to like give up, and I'm just going to eyedrop this section here like this, and then look at the color and then compare it to mine, and I'll be like, oh, I'm not that far off, but then it's more saturated and a little bit more orange than like what I thought it would look like. So yeah, those are the things that this is something that I've been doing for this for the painting studies that I'm doing now, which I feel like has helped a lot to the same thing of like trying to do something that is impossible for me by just picking out the little bits of possibility in whatever that I'm doing. Why can't you open? What's wrong with you? I think that has helped a lot with just like progressing the painting and just like focus on doing the thousands of hours of painting rather than just like being so stuck with one small painting and like just be stuck on this for weeks. So that's like the second thing that I do when it comes to doing these studies. Well, I'm just not like afraid of like cheating anymore. Something like that. Then when it comes to, so I'm going to do it for this one too. So like right off the bat when I work on this painting, I feel like the colors that I chose for the base, which I usually start off with, is, well, you can see like I'm quite off over here. So I'm just going to fix that a bit. What's wrong with you? Why are you not opening up? Okay. Not sure. I feel like this is like some eye drop bug or something. So I use a flat brush, like full opacity, and just fix up the areas. And then I'll just tell myself like the next time I paint, I'll just be a little bit better with my with matching up to the, what's it called, to matching up to the actual drawing. So you can see like the areas that I fixed up. I'm going to just do it a little bit closer now. I guess it feels quite amazing how just like picking up spots climbing has made me a better artist, I feel, in terms of like getting shit done. So I'm gonna fix this up a bit, just to fix. And then something that I've learned to do for this is to create like a more saturated underpainting. And I feel like I'm going to transfer this knowledge to like these kind of stuff. Well, like I start off like more saturated for the underpainting, so that when I, like, let's say this one, like you can see some of the brush strokes are, what's it called? Some of the brush strokes are like transparent. It's a little bit hard to see. some of the brushstrokes are transparent, and it really helps to bring. Actually, this looks quite nice, the colors, but it really helps to. Oh my god, it's so hard to see because the underpainting is so saturated. It comes through the transparent areas, and then I have like some, what's that called? I have some like nice vibrant areas, while even though the colors that I chose is kind of like desaturated by default. So I think like that gives a nice mix of like saturation and desaturation. I don't know whether that makes sense, but that's kind of like what I'm going for. And also learning from this one. Yeah, this live stream is just me like walking through my thought process so that I can remember things better for future reference. So, like with this, let me drink some water. So with this specific painting, because this was like the first time that I've done painting in a while, and like I think I mentioned before, like it's not that I'm bad at painting. Like if I have a reference, I think I can do a good job with it, but then that's about it. And I feel like just being able to copy things but then not being able to paint up like my own original drawings like kind of means that I'm not really a good painter. So like this first painting, it was really like just I'm going to make sure that I really stick to what this is. But something that I learned from doing this exact thing is that I feel like I need to eyeball the screen. Something that I learned with this is that I find that I don't really like very very saturated skin tones like this. And so what's it called? And so like when I'm painting this, I'm like trying to match it, but I realized that this is not something that I will paint for myself. And like when it comes to the questions of like, do I have an artist that I would like my work to look like? I feel like it's more of I'm still trying to. I feel like I want to find like my own thing that I like, and not necessarily like what is it? Like I know that a lot of people learn from like following the artists that they really like, but I feel like one of the key things that I want to take away from doing more and more of these paint studies is to slowly figure out like what I don't like and what I like, and hopefully that will create a specific style that is unique to me. I think 99% of painters use reference painting. Yeah, pure imagination. Like people who can do that, they're really just like top level. But I really hope that, like I feel like it's too overly ambitious, but I really hope that one day I can paint from maybe like not pure imagination, but like from 70% pure imagination. I do want to get to that level. And saying it out loud over here on the stream doesn't mean that I'm going to achieve it, but it is a dream of mine to achieve it. So something that I found out, I don't really like this kind of very orangey saturation in skin tone. Like it's quite pretty, but then it's not me. So for this next one, I'm trying to pick colors, so you can see like I'm not matching it anymore. I'm kind of like doing a little bit of deviation. So I'm trying to pick like less orange saturation. You can see I'm still like figuring things out, so it might not look good, but you can see like this one is a bit more desaturated than it should be. I think like by right it should be, I'm kind of guessing this. Wait. Okay, this is like the pop quiz that I keep giving myself. Maybe it's here. And I'm going to like eyedrop this now. I keep forgetting to do this. Okay, so I'm going to guess that's here. Honestly, like doing this guessing game is really fun for me. And so it gives me a lot of motivation to learn how to see color. Okay, I'm going to... Oh my god, that makes sense. You see how off I am? So it's like, okay, then like now that I have the actual color, I'm like, oh right, like it is more yellowish in tone, especially compared to this one. So you can see like my original color choice was somewhere here, I think. And then this is what the actual color is. Yeah, it's kind of like mind blowing to me, like how off I can be when it comes to reds and oranges. Like even this one, oh my god. I'm guessing that this is really red. Because any orange like, and then it can't get that kind of saturation. Maybe it's this one. Oh, see. I'm not going to remember all this, but maybe I'll like remember one or two of these things. And it's going to be really helpful for something like this, where I'll be like, what's that? Let me see, this one is white. Well, like if I want to make this look a little bit less 3D, then I'll need to make this part like a little bit more orange. And then because like the skin tone is kind of like around this range, then I'll make sure that because this is like the shadow area, I want to make it a bit more cooler but more red, and it will be maybe like this. And then I'm kind of like talking to myself the rationale of this, so maybe like this. Maybe something like that. Like, you get what I mean of how these kind of studies is going to help me with this kind of stuff. So I think this one is quite... I like this kind of colors for the hair, so I'm going to keep it. But I think I can go even darker than this. I think at this point I'm just going to like... I've talked enough about how I have been... What's that called? Maybe I should just like duplicate this to keep my progress. I think I've talked enough about like how I've reached to this point in my life. So I think I want to get this kind of value. I mean, the other thing would be that I know that I really don't enjoy doing the grayscale thing. So I'm kind of like jumping into color right now. And one of the things that, like, isn't this so fucking cute? One of the things that I've learned from sculpting, it's like surprisingly, is I've learned how to be more confident in choosing colors and stuff. Because like, especially when you look at my older live streams, like really old live streams, my color choices used to be non-existent. Like when I finished like my sculpt on my YouTube channel, it looked like this. There's like zero color. And that's because like back at this time, I used to be just really afraid of doing anything with color, like dealing with colors. And then as I got more and more sculpts done, I started putting more colors into them. And then eventually I've gone to this stage where so you can see like my progress from this one where like I'm kind of like just starting to put in colors into my sculpt. Like this. Something like that. And then eventually I got more and more bolder with my choices and got into this. And I feel like this stage, these few months of like progressing, my pushing more and more like my comfort level in colors has helped a lot in what's that? Like I don't know whether that makes sense. Like this has helped me. This has helped me with like the choices I make with the values in colors. Like, does that make sense? I don't really know. So anyway, back to this. Like I'm not painting in like grayscale anymore. But like let's say if I paint in grayscale, it should be like it would kind of be like this. Where this is black. This one is like maybe like this. And then this one is like this. I guess like it always amazes me how little color I did last time in the past. And then now when I look back at them, it's like it's always a culture shock to me. So maybe like this, and then this one is like this with like some whites over here. Like this, and then I'll blur this out. Blur this out. If you're new to painting, you can learn along with me. I'll share you like some of the things that I've learned over the years, and then I've only finally able to put them into practice with this. So like I don't really have any motivation to paint when I'm painting the grayscale. And like if I spend the time, I think I'll get it like pretty close. But then now I'm just like jumping straight into color, and it's I feel like it would be quite fun to do some painting study live streams in the future. Today's live stream is not really about painting, I think. But I hope that I can do some painting. Oh my god. I'm like never on point on my live streams. So even though I'm dealing with color, I'm thinking a lot about the value structure here. And like when it comes to the exercise of like, oh, I'm going to eyeball what this color is, and then I'm going to eyedrop this and see like where it is on the color wheel. I'm less what's it called? I'm less I'm less concerned about where it is over here, and I'm trying to learn, put my focus more on where they are on the value scale from black all the way to white. Today's stream is bouldering 101. Like if you yes, it's bouldering 101. That's true. Bouldering 101 and how it translates to me painting. I always like like when I make the realization of like how much I like when I learn something new in climbing, and then I apply it to my sculpting and painting, and then when I learn something in sculpting and painting and I transfer it to climbing, somehow like it always feels like quite amazing that I'm just like pushing both skills like up higher and higher, and they're both like helping me out even though they're two so different. Like bouldering, sculpting, and painting, they're all very different things. So yeah, it's pretty cool. But yeah, so I'm really because I'm like quite new to, in some sense, like I'm quite new to painting. I don't understand what I'm seeing. Like, and when I say this is I'm meaning of like a good painting teacher would be able to tell you from like ground up like how to build the scene. Like if you ask me like, oh, how do you break the scene down, like I don't know. I have no idea. But so my biggest focus would be values on like making sure that the values that I have here on my painting is the same value even though the color is different. Because like I've watched the Craig Mullin Schoolism painting, and that's like amazingly good. He's such an insane painter. And the colors doesn't, one of the things that I remember that I take away from that is that colors don't matter. Only the values. What was it? Oh my god, let me drink some water. Like the colors don't matter as long as the values are correct. Like you can do any crazy color that you want. As long as the values are correct, it's going to work. So that is something that I really try to focus on when I'm doing this painting. And I should start painting right now. This one I'm not really sure what color I want. I kind of like this yellow orange tone with this whole thing together, but maybe I'll push, because like something I like for in the mood for left is the greens in the shots. So maybe I want to apply that to this even though it's not really in that, I think. So maybe I'll go a bit more yellow and a bit desaturated and then just put it down there. It looks quite nice. Yeah, it looks quite nice. So I'm just going to use this to clean this up a bit. The neckline. I feel like maybe I want it a bit more yellow somewhere. So I'll do that. I'm doing like 50% value right now because I think so I'm quite spot on. Like this is somewhat like 50% in value. Yeah. I got something right. If you're a better painter than I am, like this live stream is kind of like useless to you. I'm doing everything from a very low level. But if you're just like if you struggle to learn how to paint like me, I hope that this is somewhat helpful to you too. Just know that there's someone out there struggling with you, and take comfort in that. So I want to bring the value of this down. This is like officially where the painting starts in this stupidly long live stream. So I want to bring this value down, but I don't want to lose all these things, which is very hard to see on screen. But I will just try to do like in between. So maybe I'll just try to fill in these areas with the dark values, just to push it up a bit. And I'm purposefully picking like this pink tone right here because I feel like I kind of accidentally put some reds in this and I really like it. So I'm kind of like pushing it to that direction. And just like I said before, my first painting was already more like accurate, like true to the like 1-to-1 to the actual screenshot. So this time around I'm trying to push it a little bit more to possibly something what I like more. So there's like this shape right here. I'm going to draw that negative shape like this. And now I'm going to smudge it a bit. I'm smudging with just a soft brush. So I'm just like smudging out. Smudging out the areas which I feel doesn't need to be that harsh, and just like building it up a bit. And then for the face, I guess I will just bring this a bit closer. It looks a bit far. Let me move you a bit. Yeah, just move it over here. I'm still struggling with painting, so it's not going to be that great, but yeah, always learning how to do things. So I've already placed the shadow areas, the shadow color that I think I like, so I'm going to keep it, but I'm going to try to match it more to this one. Which brings me to one of my biggest learning lessons when I did the first painting. Like I always wondered how the pro artists like just do like random lines and then suddenly it becomes a painting. And then I try to do that every time, and I just realized that it just doesn't work for me because I'm such like a low level. So I'm really like being more intentional with the directions of my brushstrokes so that I have one less thing to fight. So like if you're a beginner, I mean not begin I'm not a beginner at painting, but low level. So if you're like low level painter like me, try to eliminate as many things as you can that can help, that can mess up like your learning process. So I'm trying to be more deliberate with every single line that I'm making sure that it follows the curves and all that stuff. And I think this area is quite dark. It's quite dark and it's quite saturated, so I think it's not really this color. Maybe I should go more like this. And then because I'm not like doing a one-to-one copy of the colors, I don't really like this red. I think I'll just do more like this. I'm not doing one-to-one for the colors, so I'll just eyedrop this and make sure that my value is around the same. Yes, around the same. So I think that is fine. And then I'm going to I miss No Man's Scout so much. I really don't really like Procreate interface and hotkeys. And then smudge this out. I feel like this one is too try to use as big of a brush as I can. And then I'm going to smudge this out. And then this value change doesn't make sense. So I'm going to try and put, am I using the right brush? Yep. Try and put like something like this and then smudge it out. Then when I'm smudging, I'm really conscious about whether or not this line is matching up to this one. Because these are the small little things that I'm trying to learn to get better at. And then when it comes to, I guess I can even bring it even closer to this. For now. I like this color that I chose, but then I'm going to check with this. So it is a bit darker on this one. So like my value here is correct, my value here is wrong. It's really subtle, but like it's all these small adjustments that really that I've realized like makes or breaks. Where is my brush? That makes or breaks the like the painting. So I'm just going to dot this. I've always admired those artists who like purposefully put the brush strokes around and then it's like it's done. But because I'm like low level, like I don't understand how to do that. So for now I need to smudge every single thing that I'm doing. And then something else that I learned is that like I always wondered, I think I was talking about this just now that I forgot, but I always wondered how artists choose like what brush size they want for specific strokes. And I realized that like it is kind of like just down to practice and feeling what you like what brush sizes that you like. So I'm going to do that. And I'm a bit scared of messing up because I'm doing this in front of people. I really don't like to show when I'm failing, but then I guess I need to try and be okay with that. So I've already laid down these colors initially, and I'm trying to match it up to this a bit better. I feel like the value here is wrong, because I feel like this shouldn't be so dark over there. So I'm going to maybe try and do this. So I guess I want to think about like what I'm learning from this is that probably because the nose is, I'm just going to do it here. Probably because the nose is like this from the front. And then there's the eyes, the eyebrows, and then the mouth. So like Asian faces, there's not a lot of plane changes on this edge and this edge. Like this is the nose, this is the mouth. So if a light hits like this, the shadows here shouldn't be so intensely dark. So I guess like I need to keep that in mind when I'm doing my own stuff, where like I should keep this a little bit more subtle over here. But then I guess this area here would be darker because that's like where the eyebrows hair ends to, and also that's where the hollow of the eyes are at. And then I will smudge this a bit, but then smudge it a bit less, like that. And when it comes to the nose, I find that like the most difficult part, like the nose and the mouth area, because it's just like so many things going on. So like something that I learned from doing the nose part for the other face paint is that I should kind of like just go at it a bit more slowly and like build it up properly with a smaller size brush. So you can see like the brush sizes here, they're kind of like smaller than, let's say if I'm just painting over here. And then I'm going to, and then I trying to paint like the bottom part first and then build it up. So that's why there's a lot of reds over here, even though it's not that red here. But that's because I'm going to build it up later. So maybe a bigger brush size. And like when it comes to the brush sizes that I'm choosing, it's more like of a feeling and intuition from the practice of like, I prefer this brush size when I'm working on such like a small area, or like, oh, this brush size is too small, and then it feels like I'm not doing a nice and smooth job on this, and so I'll just go at like a bigger brush so that it can be a smooth gradient. And I like this saturation over here, so I'm gonna bring it up here because I'm seeing that there's this like saturation line over here. So I'm going to add that saturation with maybe a smaller brush size. And of course, this is not a tutorial, this is just me talking to myself so that hopefully I will remember more things and then I'll paint a bit better in the future. And make sure that I'm like not too harsh on the smudging, because like if I'm too harsh, then I start creating this kind of like, this is 0.7% and then suddenly it's 0.5 and then it's 0.7 again. I want it to be like 0.7 and then 0.6, something like that. Actually, doing this painting kind of brings me back to doing, because oh my god, do you see this? It's so cute. This is my inspiration for my friend's birthday card. I really like the what's it called? The auto translate. It reminds me of when I was sculpting this one. I had no idea what I was doing, but I was live streaming it anyway because I was like no one cares. And then I ended up learning a lot for sculpting. And this part is so difficult. So difficult. I feel like there's like this subtle shape. And you see like how sharp this is, and it's not really that nice anymore. Like it's just like such a struggle. So I'm going to, because I don't really know what the hell is going on here, I'm going to eyedrop this. And like the values is around the same. This one. Values also around the same. So maybe it's the in between. You know what, they're around the same, so maybe it's a matter of like, I'm just going to use maybe it's a matter of like blending these two areas better. Maybe I'll use like a soft brush. Yeah, I think the soft brush is what I need. And just like lightly touching it. And probably this one is too bright, so maybe I'll look at this one. Oh, actually, not really. So like I'm trying to, when I'm doing my painting nowadays, I'm trying to think about what I can learn from it, less so that, like, I feel like one of my issues in the past, I feel like it's not going right. Okay, I'm just going to move on because nothing is going right in that direction. But I feel like in the past, I would, like, my focus is like, oh, I need to make it look great and make it look like it matches and stuff, that I kind of lost the whole point of it, which is that I'm supposed to learn from this rather than just copying stuff. So this one is so I guess I'll just go a little bit like this and make it a bit brighter. Let me just check the value. So this one is, I guess this is too bright now. I'm just like so not good at color choices. at seeing the values. But I think that's fine if it doesn't match the value. But I like that that's the pink and the yellow here, so I'm going to add it to this one. I'm going to I'm going to add some yellows to this. So maybe I'll make this a bit more yellow. And I know that when something is more desaturated, when something's more desaturated, it becomes a cooler color. I think I should just scrape that because I don't really know what I'm talking about. So I like this color, I think. And I like the value of it. And then now I should fix up the nose. I feel like this one is too like dark red. I want some of this over here, I think. The nose is always so difficult for me. And because I've already built up some colors over here, I'm going to eyedrop these. Just so I can distribute some of the colors over. The same thing with how I paint my sculpts, where I try to like blend, like eventually I'm going to put a little bit of these colorings into this area here, just so that it blends a little bit. And then make sure that the shapes are correct. There's like a little bit of a hot edge here, but I think I can just leave it alone. And I think this one is too bright, so I'm going to tone it down a bit. Yeah, I'm still trying to like experiment with these kind of things. Like just seeing how much I can push between the original and the final painting. I'm not really sure whether this one's correct. Where is it? So I'm going to see where this line is. I think it's like a bit off, and yeah, it's a bit off. So I'm going to just move this a bit like that. It's kind of like just choosing like what you want to like what you want to ditch and what you want to learn when it comes to trying to be more efficient in just like trying to be more efficient in what I'm learning. Because at the end of the day, I still want to spend some time on my on my paintovers. So I need to be quite mindful of like how much I'm spending on this versus how much I'm spending on my actual work. So like painting this area over here. And then now I know that like it's going to look weird right now. But then later on, when I start covering it with more hair and all that, it's going to look fine. But just make sure that the transitions are alright. Like there's going to be some shadowing here, so it's going to be darker here than over here. It kind of sounds like I know what I'm doing, but I don't really know what I'm doing. Okay. I wish that Procreate has a hotkey too, because in Nomad Sculpt, when you hold, you can set a hotkey, so that when you hold it down, you can like expand and contract. You can like size the brush by dragging the pen. Like over here is still like the primitive like going up and down stupid sidebar. I don't understand how like one person can put in so many features and like one whole company can't. So, but I guess that's just how things are. They have more important things to do than to do quality of life things. So I'm going to grab like some of the highlights here. It's not that bright because I guess these are the brighter areas, but I think I can go a bit brighter in these areas. The nose is so hard. I'm trying to be like more exact, and like the nose shape is a bit wrong, but that's not the important part. So I'm going to see the values are pretty close. So I guess the value here is too bright. That's why there's such like a harsh line between this one and this one. I also kind of wanted to stream today so that you guys know that what I'm busy with, and I will get back to the tutorials and stuff very soon. It's just so hard to learn new things, like it just takes so much time. But it's a risk that I will take to like spend the time on learning this new thing so that I can make everything else look better. So I'm going to grab this, and then with like a small brush, I'm like trying to be very careful with this area because it's just so difficult for me. And maybe just use like a soft brush. The nose is so difficult. Just gonna move on, like it's too difficult. And then for the eyes, make sure that it's quite dark. Where's the brush? Then something that I learned from the other paint is to be mindful of the angle of the eyelash and be mindful of the angle of the eye, because I tend to make the mistake of having the eye like too like that instead of like this. And I can go quite dark with the eye because it's what's that? It's like the main area that needs contrast. And then the eye whites are generally more desaturated and like more blue. So this is like too orange. So I'm going to just bring it more to the left. And I hope this works. And bringing more to the left will make the color cooler, and so it will make it more blue. Even though, so it looks like it's more blue, but then it's like quite an orange. So let me just eyedrop this to see. Yeah, it's actually more red and more desaturated. So I'm gonna use that like this. So one of the things that I'm trying to learn, trying to pick up is painting the eye whites, because I feel like I struggle a lot with that part of the face. And and I feel like it's too high contrast over here and it's too curved. So I'm going to grab like one of the lighter colors over here. And maybe just like dot a lighter color over there. And then to kind of like blend this area up together, I'm going to actually, I think maybe I wouldn't live stream a painting session in like the next few months because it's just like pretty slow. Something like that. There's like a bit of a highlight on this curved edge. I need to follow that. So like there's this, I feel like there's like a blue-ish highlight and yellow ones. And I think the bluer ones are more of like the main highlight, probably because she's being hit by a quite a cool lighting. And I feel like I can get the color right, so I'm going to eyedrop this. Oh, I see. I didn't know that putting it such like a... I'm quite close, you know, because like I'm kind of around over here. And like I didn't know how to get this color. I was actually just like pushing it more to the left. And then now I got the color. So I think that's something really cool that I picked up from this. Maybe a bit more. Right, this was basically what I was doing for the other painting. It's just that right now when trying to talk through my painting process, like it become really difficult. Can I switch off this line art? But yeah, I kind of did this live stream like thinking that I'm going to fail, as in with the expectations that I'm going to fail. So it's not too bad. But it's like I'm trying to learn as much as I can, but there's only so much that my brain and like my muscle memory can remember. Which is something that I've learned from climbing too, that like sometimes even if like one part of your brain can take it, like sometimes your muscle memory can't keep up, or be the other way around. And I just need to be quite patient with myself. Am I being patient with myself? So I think that looks not bad. And then this part is to this part is quite like this value here. And then this part. Like, I hope one day that I will look back at this and be like, oh yeah, I've improved so much since this stage in my life. I'm feeling like that kind of sense of, because I'm live streaming, everything is turning to shit right now. So I'm going to try to make this section here like a bit more accurate to like this, and then give a bit of the highlight, yeah, a little bit of this. It's like really subtle. Maybe I'll use the yellow tone. I'm also learning to see like how to build up the face so that I can, but yeah, it's like it's so difficult. Like, yeah, sometimes I really wish that I just sit myself down and just like do all these things in the past when I had more time. So like this one is a bit too, this is like too dark, so I need to tone this down a little bit. So I'm going to make sure that this one and this one is like quite, actually no, I'm going to just like go over this. I realize that right now I'm kind of just scared of messing up, and I shouldn't be. I should just be like more, what's it called? This one is too dark. Maybe somewhere here. Actually, I was hoping that maybe if I talk through it, that I will learn a bit more of like was like pick up a bit more information, but I feel like it's just too difficult. This stream needs more positive affirmations. Yeah, I'm really sorry. This is how I struggle with what's that thing called? Learning new things. But yeah, that's true. Thank you for reminding me. So I think, yeah, I'm trying to focus on what I learned the other time, which is like for areas like the eyes and areas around the eyes, make sure that my brush size is quite small. And then areas around the nose is also pretty quite small. And then the lips will be a bit darker here. And then what's that? Yeah, so I guess I will need the line art a bit. And I'll just work on this areas right here to make sure that it doesn't look too weird. So I'm going to cover this up right now on the same layer. I'm just trying to do everything in one layer so that I feel like I will learn a bit more doing this. And then using different brush sizes would really help to just like break up the forms a bit. And then doing some like negative shapes like this. And then later on I'm going to use the smudge and like a texture brush to bring these in. Yeah, so like one of the things that I learned from the previous painting is like doing the like adding texture like this really helps to like bring the painting together. And then making sure that my brush, I think like the biggest lesson that I learned is just like being more comfortable with changing the brush sizes and what's that called? And that like the brush sizes that I choose to do the coloring, to do the different areas will come naturally to me. And yeah, so like things like this areas where it's so smooth and all this stuff, you're way too hard on yourself. Yes. Wait, thank you for reminding me. I feel like yeah, I do need to remember that I need to be less hard on myself. It is a big problem that I have. It's also like why I'm posting my artwork every day on Twitter and Threads, because I find that I've been like less hard on myself by like 1% ever since doing that for a while now. So I'm going to do let me see. I'm going to add some like there's some like lights over here. I'm going to add over there. So I find like eyebrows areas where the hairline like merges one of the difficult areas to do. And I've realized like texture brushing, like just smudging it like this, has been really good for me. Okay, Triton Ross, like thank you for being here in the stream. I think I kind of like lost my what's it called? Wait, let me do this first. So there's like a highlight edge over here, and I'm going to, and then this one is too dark right now. I think it's too dark. It's just a little bit dark. But yeah, like I do like drop into moments where like I forget that I should be nicer to myself. So thank you. And then this one, and I do feel like it's coming a good way right now. I guess like when I was harder on myself, like it felt like everything was going wrong. I guess this positive affirmation is quite amazing. And then this one, I do want to reach a point in the future where I don't need to rely on the texture brush too much, but I find like texture brushing is quite a good, what do you call that, like quite a good handicap, I guess. And then I find this part a little bit too desaturated, so I'm going to add some saturation here, but I think the value is wrong. Maybe I'll do this hard edge first, and I'm gonna eyedrop this one and push it a little bit, put a bit of color on this, and I want it a little bit more to the pink side, so that's what I'll do. And then I'll add this pink over here, and then put like, and sometimes I will need to go through like especially the nose and stuff. I need to go through like multiple rounds to finally like, oh, I'm starting to see like how the shape of the nose should be like. I think it's pretty cool, like how I'm seeing things better even in like just a short time frame. As long as I just keep like cycling around the different areas, like even just the act of going around like helps to keep things a bit more just helps to like what's that called, clear things up a bit. So I'm also being mindful not to use like too small of a brush, because when it becomes too small and like I'm trying to fill up, like let's say here, then I find like I become too like messy like this. You can see like it's starting to become a little bit messy. I'm not sure whether it's visible, but it's getting a lot messy. So I'm trying to, wait, did I undo too much? So I'm trying to use like the precise brush size that I want. And of course, like it really helps to have the Apple Pencil hover. My old iPad, like it doesn't have the hover, so it's a bit difficult. But with the hover, I can eyeball the size of the brush, and I just try to match up to the size of this. And then I'm going to smudge this up a bit. Like that. You can see like how just having this hard edge, so I can show you. Let me just, you know what, maybe I'll just move this to this because I use this a lot for so look, when I blur this out, it's also something that I've learned from the practice. You can see like it looks a bit, I'm not sure what it looks like, but it just looks a lot cleaner when the shadow is sharper like this. I'm not really sure how to explain. And then let me see. I find that this will also help me with my sculpting when picking the colors for painting my sculpts too. So that's something that I look forward to. Because like I find I don't really have like an idea of what colors I want to choose yet. So I think this, like doing these kind of practices and then choosing the colors that I want and making sure that it fits like the references, I think that will really help. So something else that I like to do, like when I'm blurring things up like this, I want to keep the hard edge, but so I don't want to blur this dark color too much. Maybe I'll just use this. I think the highlight disappearing, I'll just bring it back later on. What's that? So I find like sometimes when the blurred area is too desaturated, I'll eyedrop this like that, and then just like push the saturation up a little bit and do this. So like it kind, maybe it's a bit too bright. So it kinds of like, when I feel, especially this area here, when I feel like it's too what's that, it's like too muddy looking, especially because this color over here is quite like a muddy color. It's like nowhere, it's not like, it's neither here or not there. It's very easy to have these colors like this, and like I feel like these two colors now look quite muddy looking. So the way that I've been working around that is that, which I've also I want to apply this to my sculpts, is to have like a more saturated, like this is like this, like this. Wait, is it more saturated? Yeah, like just a bit more saturated in the in-betweens. And I find that it helps to like just make things less muddy along. Like it makes her skin, like the skin tone looks nice, even though it's not a really nice color. But I feel like it can be a little bit more gray, I think. I'm just trying out here. I don't really know. Actually, more gray makes it, having more gray like makes her look a bit pale. So I think I'll keep at this. But it's always good to like test things out like that, because I think that's just the way to learn how to paint things. So I like this red, and I want this to be, I want to use this specific color here for the darkest part of the skin, I think. And what color is this? It's over here. And actually, I want to I don't like that smiley face. Okay, so I like these colors over here, and so I want to put them into the shadows. I think it makes sense to put them in the shadows of her skin. Let me see if I put this, no, this too, maybe somewhere like this. But I know like this and this one is only saturated. Like this looks very nice because it's relative to, it looks nice relative to this. If I eyedrop this and put it here, like it becomes very gray and dark. So I'm going to push it up a little bit. It's too much. And this is a little bit too bright. Something like that, so that I can fix up this like a bit too muddy color over here. And then I'm going to check with this. Like this one is quite like 80%. Yeah, I guess this one's darker than this. So because of this, then I learned like this area here can get pretty dark. And I guess actually like looking at the OBS screen, it is like this area is very dark. Like it's interesting how like looking at the screen and like looking at the OBS screen on my PC, that like it's a bit harder to see like what value this is compared to seeing it from far. Yeah, like I'm seeing it now too, that like this area here is a bit too bright, like compared to this section. Like it should match up to this section here. So I'm going to do that by adding a little bit of, I want this color over here. But at the same time, like I don't want it to look too different from this. And this is already like creative input, where like I'm choosing the colors. So I'm just going to dab a little bit of this into this and just use the texture brush straight away. Okay, why is this not? Oh. Okay. I'm just checking this. And then making sure that this area here is quite desaturated, but I want to keep it a bit more like actually not really sure, like does this area become more desaturated because it's behind this? Oops. Well, I guess I'll just like add a little bit of saturation on this. Like that. And making sure that when I'm smudging this, it's not too messy. You can see like how subtle like the shape of this is, but like it makes such a big difference, so I need to fix this part a little bit. Yeah, like everything is like so subtle that like I guess I'm quite surprised at how like just minor differences make a huge difference. Right, minor differences make a huge difference. And then for the eyelash, I'll just do a bit of like a taper, because that's also how I like to do my makeup. And then making sure that it ends properly, and it will taper off over here too. So like this area would be quite dark. This area would be quite dark, and then it should like create this line here, and then it goes down, and then it goes like this. Yeah, I feel like with painting of the face, I'm learning like quite a lot with. Let me just eyedrop this. With how like this angle, this how like the light hits the edges of the eyes, and I feel like that would be something that I want to make sure that I get painted into my what's it called, my paintovers. Just to, I'm struggling with this part, so I'm going to eyedrop this. It's not that much different. So maybe I'll do this, and then I'll use the texture brush to blur this a little bit. Actually, I'll just use the normal brush. And I want to blur the edges of the eyes like this, and bring it. Yeah, this is always so difficult for me. the eye back area. So I'm just going to spend more time on this. So let me see. This one's a bit too dark, so maybe I'll just brighten it up a little bit. And being mindful, like when I'm brightening things up, it also, I'm not really sure whether this is like a thing where like when it goes brighter it becomes warmer. Maybe it's just the way that the color wheel is. So I'm making sure to, when I want to brighten a specific color up, I'm going to move a little bit to the left. I feel like I need to be quite like technical when I'm doing my painting. I feel like it's been working, like just being a bit more technical. And I like that there's a tiny bit of saturation in this area here, in between the eye white and the highlights of the waterline. So that's what I'm doing over here. It's really subtle. And then this part is still too desaturated, so I'm going to just like push it up a little bit. Or maybe I'll eyedrop this because I like this Although I guess like when it comes to, let me check the other one. Let's put this in the group. Yeah, I guess like it went from a different angle, like the redness in this, and I guess like kind of the cheeks doesn't get as intense as like the sub-scattering of the nose area and the lips. I'm not really sure whether it's because the lipstick kind of like cast what's that, like a light sauce on this, like a colored like cast shadow. I mean, like it might be why there's like more redness here too, like I'm guessing. But I will just eyedrop this a bit and then add a little bit. I'll eyedrop this a bit and then just like lightly press on this a bit. I think I can go a bit darker. So like going to pink doesn't really look that nice to me. So maybe a bit more desaturated, I think. Or maybe like a bit more orange, I think. A bit more orange and a bit more saturation. Yeah, something that I've learned to become better at is just like slowing down a little bit on the eye area. Like it really, I think like it really helps to what's that called? Like just slowing down a little bit has helped to make it more manageable. And yeah, like it's helped to make like the painting process of the delicate areas a bit more what's it called, a bit like just a tiny bit just a tiny bit easier for me. when like I learned how to slow down a bit, just because I used to paint, but the way that I paint used to be like, oh, I'm going to put as much time on this as I put on, put as much time on this as like I did over here. And I realized that I struggle a lot because of that. So that's like something cool to figure out. And then something else is that if, let's say, there's what's it called? If there's a detail on the edge where it's making it so difficult to do things properly, I'm just going to discard it, because it's a lot easier to add in the detail again later on than to try and fix up very uneven areas over here. So I'm just doing that to fix the unevenness over here. And then I'm just going to put that back later when I feel like this area is a lot better. Something like this. It probably also means that I need to be just like put a bit more time on these eye areas here when I'm doing my paint overs. I think it's something that it's something that I didn't really realize that I should be doing until I painted the face. But yeah, you can see like I'm kind of like learning quite a lot from this. I'm learning a lot, and it's pretty slow. But that's why the other things are also kind of slowed down a bit for now. But I do want to get the tutorial working soon. Let me look at this. I think I can just like remove this. Also, the other things that I realized from recording the micropad tutorial. Let me see. Maybe I should just paint this area. This like triangle area is always quite difficult because I feel like the value changes and the colors are quite subtle, and like just a little bit would make it look like a little bit more like it's good practice to paint female faces, because like I haven't really done like male faces, but I find like with these kind of female faces, just a little bit of a little bit of mistake makes a huge difference. And I think this is too curved. It's like quite difficult to see. So I think I want to go a bit brighter on this. And then change up the shape, because now I'm realizing that this is supposed to be straight down instead. And I guess this area is fine. But then there's a little bit of hardness over there. So I'm going to put like a little bit of saturation on this. And then smudge this out. Then use a soft brush to reduce to bring down the value of this, and then maybe use the soft brush again to reduce the harshness of this. I think, yeah. I think this area is too dark, I think. Let me check. This one. Actually, this one's darker. But I think it's like the desaturation makes it look brighter, I guess. So I'm going to do the same for one section. And then do this. I feel like it's a bit too harsh, so maybe I use that. I'm really like spending a lot of time on this area because it's quite difficult for me, and I feel like it's one of the things that I have to learn how to do because I usually avoid this area. So it's good that I'm not avoiding it now. I like the way that this is a hard edge, so I'll keep it. And then now can move to, let me see about the lines. I feel like the lips should be like more saturated and brighter. So I think that's like a nice color already. And then I will do, my Apple Pencil is dying. Like, I find this very difficult to eyeball, but I think based on the previous one, the ambient occlusion on these lip areas are quite dark, I think. So I'm going to go like quite dark, and I'm going to eyedrop this and eyedrop this part. Yeah, so I think I'm quite close. And I feel like this section here needs like that bright pop, I think. I think that looks quite pretty. And then and just make sure that the value here is matching up to this area here and this area. I'm just like very mindful of the size of like the shadows and all the stuff. So that's a bit too thin. Like that looks better to me. And then I'll do like a harder edge of this just to clean up the look of it. Like this. And then in the boundaries between the shadows and the light, I need to push up the saturation a little bit. Just so that I feel like it is something that I've done a few times and like it's working, where like it just makes the what's that, it just makes the colors look more vibrant to me without doing much. And then this area here is not really that done up yet. So this area is quite dark. I'm going to darken this area. Probably can't show that much anymore because my Apple Pencil is going to end soon. Something like this. And then just like sometimes I know that like I'm supposed to build up a section first, but like there's this thing of like intrinsic motivation, and even if I know like I might cover this area up when I'm trying to fix the ear, I'm still just like going at it anyway, because if it looks a lot better, then to me it like keeps me motivated to work on it longer, I think. I don't know whether that makes sense. So I'm just like roughing up the edges a bit because I feel like that is a really easy way to just like minimal effort, but makes it look a little bit more polished, like quite instantly, like this. So I'm going to do this, something like that. Like it's just a lot better to me. Although like I don't want it to be too obvious. So just make sure that it's not like too rough, I think. And then like sometimes something like this, it will look a bit too like grayish. So I'm going to, so I just try to make sure that it's not too like 50% at the boundary area when I'm trying to blend up the edges. I think that helps to keep the neatness of the image. And then without the clipping mask, I'm going to draw a little bit with the line brush, like this. Like some irregular strokes. And because like the thin edges of the, let me charge it a bit. Because of like when the thin edge is being lit from behind, it will be a bit lighter than a whole mass of black hair. So you can see like because I'm using this color to draw these lines, it looks a little bit harsh right now. So what I like to do is to either like get these colors over here, something like this, and then use it to draw these areas here. Not sure how long I should charge my pencil for. Yeah, I feel like it's coming along quite well. Then like thinking about like for her ear, because this area is quite a lot of the like that skin subsurface saturation. I guess like I'm wondering what color to do for this one, because let me see, like the colors here are quite, and this on the ear is not really showing, but like that's the same thing going on where like this one is a lot more saturated than this area here. So I think, wait, because it's like more saturated, this is like more orange. It's more orange than this side. This is more orange than this. And because of that, like that's, let me see, if like let's say this one is like this, and the skin over here, or maybe this one is more like this. Actually, this skin here is more like yellowish green, and then it goes to this. So maybe if I do like this, then I go like a bit more to this area here when I'm hitting the saturated areas, just to match up with my color scheme, I think. Let me see. Like you can see like it's a bit more, it's a bit hard to see. Actually, this area is quite difficult to see. But I'm using like a lighter color to, or like you can see like it's lighter this way, to do these areas here. And it'll help to break up this like large mass, I find, even using the default hard brush. And then sometimes using the line brush again. Something like this. I guess it's a bit hard to see right now whether or not in my workout, so I'm just going to do the other areas a bit and then just trying something new to this. And I guess trying to see like how messy I can get with the hair. Like at what point it would be fine. So I think, let me see. So I can work on this area now. So like the dark areas are quite similar to the hair, and I'm going to use this to do the shape of the ear area. And just like roughly drawing it out. But like sometimes when I use a smaller brush, it becomes very messy. So I can just use a bigger size brush and use a bigger size brush and then use the brighter colors later on to go over at it again like this to shape out that dark area. And I think this one is quite similar to this section here. Like seems like it. So I'm going to, might be a bit too bright, maybe I'll match it up to this. And at this point, because I already have some stuff done over here, I've already have the colors established and all this stuff, then I think it's kind of like safe to start eyedropping these colors and then bring it over here. But I feel like the shape of the ear is like really distracting to me when I don't know what it looks like. So I'm going to just do this outline real quick. So that I can focus on doing I can focus on learning the things that I want to learn right now. Let's see. Let's turn this off, turn this on. That's a bit dark to see, but I should be able to see like just oh wait, this is on the wrong layer. Let me grab it first. Let's smudge this down and then and shape this area a bit and then shape this. Then I'm going to, where's the line? So I'm going to line these highlights. And like, I'm not really sure what these should be like. I'm just kind of putting them down first, and then later on I'll correct it. Because like they might be a bit too bright, or maybe not. And I want to retain the hard edges later on. So like, yeah, it looks a bit too, like, it looks a bit scary. So I'm going to just very lightly go over, or maybe like just very lightly go over this, just to reduce the contrast a bit. Like that. But then now that it's a bit like lighter in color, it looks a bit too like purple. Like it looks a bit too much in this area here. And I feel like it's not the right thing. So maybe I want to go, and like too much saturation is also not that good, because it suddenly pushes this into the muddy territory. But this is too purple, so maybe, yeah, maybe more like the color of the lip, I think, would look nice. And maybe a little bit of this. So maybe I drop the color of the lip. It's still a bit too purple. And something like that looks nice. And then do that. I feel like the ear is a little bit too much, actually. I'm trying to figure out why it's why it's so weird. I think it's because the lines. So I want more saturation. I feel like this is too much information for me right now, but in the future, I guess I want to figure out what this color should be, if what. Or maybe like that. Maybe like that is fine. So I'm going to just check like the values. It's not too far off, I think. This one is quite, yeah, like these are quite dark. So I need to blend this a bit more. Yeah, the ear is quite difficult. Because I think I normally just like try to hide the ears with hair, just to avoid it. So I want to add some saturation behind the ear, but maybe not. Maybe keeping in line with this color schemes better than trying to match it up to that. Then this one is a bit too orange in like the whole picture. So I'm just adding a bit more of that like purple color to this. Now I think it needs a bit more brightness. So it should be yeah, I think like off stream I should figure out like what this color should be in relative to all these colors, because I think right now it's not really like it's not really coming together, I feel. I mean, it's also fine like to just move on from that, I think. Something like this. And then this one is quite yellow-ish. Like maybe I'll just match it up to this for now. Maybe make it more desaturated. I think that looks quite nice together. I'm trying to like match up the colors over here to this side when I'm picking it. It's still a bit more saturated than I want. Or maybe it just needs more warmth and darkness. I'm not really sure. So I need to eyedrop this. Maybe I'll just like stick it to this color first, and then eyedrop these areas here, and eyedrop this color here to match up this saturation a little bit. I mean, match up the values. Although I feel like my brain can't really process anything else right now, so I'll just like fix up the hair a little bit. Oh, I will fix up the skin tone over here since like I like the skin tone here. But I think that's something that I will need to Just showing this a little bit. Like that's something that I need to figure out. Like these more saturated areas, like where do they like where should they go? Like to me it feels like this is more pink and like more like cooler here, and then these are warmer. So I'm not sure whether or not that's like if this one is cooler, this is cooler, and then do I go warmer in those areas? I'm not really sure. Like will it match up to what I want the whole painting to look like? So this one should be brighter than this, I think. I'm just going to check this. So it's like around this value. Yeah, this one is brighter, and this part should be... Oh, it's not that much darker. It's just more saturated. See, like if I don't eyedrop this area here and this section here, I'll just think that this is super dark right now. But then it's actually the same value. I think that's why this feels quite wrong, because I'm like trying to darken this section here, but then it's actually like just as bright as this part right here. So I'm going to grab this, make it a bit more saturated, and just like go at it like that. And then this part is darker. And because this is like a big section, then I need to make sure that the shadows and stuff, I mean the brush size is a lot bigger than when I was working on this. And I do want to add some redness to this area. But I think like the redness here shouldn't match up with the color of the blush. So I will just like, the blush over here would be more like cool tone brush, like winter color blush. And I think this section, but it's quite confusing because like this section is quite orange, so I'm going to just cover it up first. And then make sure that this, yeah, like that looks a bit less confusing to me right now. But I'm starting to get a bit messy, so I need to be more intentional with my lines. Because like when I get really messy with the lines, then there's, once I start to go like detailing, then there's like another thing, it's like a double work kind of thing, where I'm going in and I'm like fixing the messy lines that I put in previously. And that's why I've been trying to be more conscious of like, when I put my lines, I try to follow the shape of this. And I'm trying to fix up. There's some sort of like soft shadowing here. And I know like the thing of the heart, the cast shadow, where there's like a darker shade along the what's it called? I don't really know. But I guess this part will be darker and it will be more saturated than this area right here, and then I can clean this up a bit now that it's a little bit better with the flat brush. Just so that I can see what I'm working with. Like, just working on something like this helps a lot for me compared to something like that. I think that's something that I learned to do now that I picked up painting again, like, but properly this time around, is that like sometimes, even though it's kind of like extra work because I'll be cleaning this line up multiple times, I've learned to be okay with it because like it's just something that I have to do because I'm quite new to all these things. So I don't really know what this should be, and I'm guessing that it should be something like this, so I'm going to look at it. Yeah, the value is around the same. Like, it's nice that I can see, I can be a little bit more accurate with my choices now. It looks a bit bright, but then I'm going to smudge it now like this. Although maybe just the soft brush would be fine. I'm just smudging. I'm not smudging this line that much. I'm smudging more of like this large plane change. And then you can see like the shape of this is more like this shape is more like this. But right now this shape is like quite messy. Like it's more like that. So I'm trying to match them up so that they look like they are having the correct form. I think. I'm trying to match it up, but it's a bit difficult. Something like this. But it feels a bit like dead to me. Like the color is not like it looks very muddy, and that's going to be another round of like, yeah, but this is too warm. I'm not sure whether this will work. Like, will this work? I'm just gonna check with. I'm not sure whether should I do it this color or should I do it this, or maybe just both. So I'm going to line it. Like, I think, yeah, there is a bit of that saturation over here. So I'm going to outline this area here. Like this. And make sure that the values are not that much different. And then make sure that there's this area here which is a bit messy. Make sure that that part is neatened up. I'm not really sure about this section, like whether or not I'm doing the right thing. I'm just guessing. Like maybe I need to go at it with a soft brush and then go at it like this. I think that looks better. And then this section here, it should brighten a little bit more, like this. But yeah, I think it matches up to this one. It's all like really subtle changes. It's all like super, like really minor changes that really makes a difference. At least that's what I find so far. So I want to keep this hot-ish shadow. And I like this color, so I'll just keep this color like this. Something like this, and then I will go a little bit darker on this section here, but with more saturation. And it's a little bit hard to see, so I need to clean this up a little bit more, like this. And I come to realize that doing the cleanup, even though I'm going to do it multiple times, is not, like even for this, I'm going to clean this up. Like it's not really that much that waste of a time, because especially when I'm new to this, because it helps me see the shapes a lot better without all the distractions. So I think this part looks nice. And there is more of like saturation here. I'm not really sure whether it's visible, like probably not. But there's like more saturation on this compared to the shadowy areas here. So it kind of matches in line with what I'm saying here. So I'm going to keep going with the hands. And because fingers are quite thin, I need to make sure that I'm what's that? Actually, like, is this as dark as? Yeah, I need to make sure that I'm actually, let's add some color to the rest of this. Like I need to make sure that was it how I lost my train of thought. Make sure that I'm being more careful with this area here. So I'm just darkening these areas with like the slightly pink color. And then I guess this one is more like this. I'm going to eyedrop to check 50%. Yeah. So I'm going to grab this color here and just paint this in, and then eyedrop this color here. Is this the same as this? Yeah, kind of. I think this one's too high up. I guess it's more over here, because up here the pencil is complaining. And then do this. I guess like doing the hand feels a bit too much for me, so I'm just gonna try a little bit, and if it doesn't work out, then I'm just gonna keep moving. But I think there's like a little bit of an orange tone that I don't like. Yeah, I guess I would need to, maybe I should eyedrop this. Yeah, I really need to figure out like what to do when trying to do like more saturated warm colors and shifting them for this. I'm just checking the value of this and the value of this. It's around the same, so it's fine. Like I feel like the color of this doesn't really match up to this. So maybe I'll just like cheat a little bit and like add bits of the colors there, because I don't really know what the color should be. But like I'm seeing so much like blood and warmth in this one. So I feel like I wonder whether it should just be like a little bit of some sort of pink thing like this. Like maybe that looks nice, but I don't know whether it works. But maybe it's working. I'm not sure. But maybe it's not, so I'm just going to figure this out another time. Also, like this is the first time that I'm doing like the larger section. So for the previous one, I'm quite like purposefully doing a small bit of it, just because like I'm just starting out with this. And with this one, I'm like, okay, so the first time I already did the hit for the other one, and then now I can kind of expand it to add this. So that's what I did. I think I'll go off soon, so I will just, where is this? So I'll just like, oh, this is a different layer. I think I can just merge. Oh, right. So I'll just like work on this a bit before I go. So using the brush, I'm going to just choose like a safe value. So like I'm not going too bright, or else like it looks a bit weird like that. And hello, Dream Design Drawer. Nice to catch you before I end the stream later. What iPad model is this? It's the iPad M4, and it's 16 gigs of RAM. So you have to buy the 1 terabyte. Yeah, you need to buy like the 1 terabyte or 2 terabytes version to get the 16 gigs, or else it will be, what would be otherwise? Is it 8 gigs if it's not 1 terabyte? Because previously I was using the iPad generation, I was using the iPad 2015 version, and then I've used that for I guess like 10 years, and so I decided to upgrade to this one. But like I just max it out again. I just max it out so that I can keep this iPad for like the next maybe 10 years. Dang. So I'm trying to make sure that like there's some hard edges, because like the hard edges would help to create like this reflective look. And I feel like this is something that I need to do for my own paintings. And then this one is quite bright and it's quite cool. Like it's closer to this one. I don't really know whether I want this purple. Wait, I'll type it out in case you missed it. Then I'm not sure whether maybe like more green would work. No, actually green will make it look a bit. I don't really know what I'm doing with this one. But just going at it, because I think in the previous painting I was also going at it quite like roughly, and then it worked out. So I'm just crossing my fingers here and hoping that it will work out the same way. And then I'll just like just do this. the thing is like I'm not really sure whether I like the color of it. Yeah, I still don't know how to do like bunches of hair. Like it still looks quite messy, I think. But maybe if I just erase and clean up the overly softness of it, and then maybe like create the shapes of it, then it wouldn't be too bad, I think. And I'm trying to like keep my distance for this so that I can see the overall picture of the whole thing. But yeah, not really sure. It's like, hey, you're welcome for the info. What's my experience with it? It's a lot nicer to have RAM. And yeah, I thought like the thickness of this iPad is not like feels quite fragile, but I've actually like I just brought this to quite a lot of places and it's been fine. So I guess it turned out to be not too much of a worry for me. I have the iPad mini and I have the iPad Pro 2015 version, which is the first iPad Pro, the first generation. And I think like it's more like for Procreate you can have a lot more layers, so that's nice. And then for Nomad Sculpt you can do a lot more vertex painting and like looking at like I think I couldn't do something like this in this is the matte cap. Oh wait, no, this lighting. Like I don't think I can have like vertex painting on my sculpt with the older iPad. And then with this iPad Pro I can kind of just sculpt with the lit PBR mode, which is this one. This lit PBR mode. So that's really nice. And that's also kind of how I started getting into coloring. I guess I forgot about that. Like my first, when I was sculpting this in my 2015 iPad Pro, like I was just like trying to manage my RAM the whole time. And if I try to go into the lit PBR mode, then my iPad will like start burning up. so it's a lot nicer now that I can just do my work in lit PBR mode if I want to. And then like I think especially for this one like it's just nice to like be able to work with coloring and like lit PBR mode while sculpting this, as in while adjusting the shapes and stuff. So yeah, no regrets buying this iPad. And of course like just having like a lot more layers, because the iPad, if you are like 2 gigs, how many gigs is that? If you have like 2 gigs of RAM, I think, which is like the old iPad. Then I think for like a 4,000 pixel canvas, maybe the maximum layers that you have is like maybe 20 layers, I think. And then this one just a lot more. Actually, let me check like how many layers this one can take. And then where is, oh yeah, layers. Yeah, then this one is 49 for 7,000 pixels, which is enough for me. Actually, this looks quite nice, I think. I just need to fix up this shape right here because it's a bit sharper. Oh, but I think like 16 gigs is like just it's probably like too much for most people, especially if it's not, if you're just like doing things for fun. So I'm going to add like random shapes now to like, I mean the lines now, just to break this up a bit, and it really helps to I think it really helps to like make sense of the different shapes. And I'm going to, because I'm going off soon, I'm going to like work on this section here. So I want a quite like a bright color, desaturated. I'm just like drawing it, and if I don't like the color, I'm like adjusting it again. And then same thing with the lines. Like if I don't like it, then I just undo and like go at it again. And I want some like I want some less saturated lines. I feel like I'll spend a little bit more time on the hair off stream. By just showing you like how messy I am with the hairlines, but then it's like okay at the grand scheme of things. Like it looks not bad when put together as a whole. And then using the lighter color here. Oh, well, I see. How many layers do I use? I haven't really used Procreate much, so I can't really say that. And yeah, I make the mistakes. I'm not sure whether you have encountered like me making a mistake, but then I did make a mistake of using the wrong layers. And actually, like if I can keep this open for Procreate, I wouldn't mind, but because this window keeps closing, it feels a little bit annoying. And I haven't tried Clip Studio Pro, so I can't really say for that. And I'm going to create the negative shapes of this, like this one, and then clean it up a bit with some more hairlines. And yeah, so I haven't used Clip Studio, so I can't compare them, but I feel like I wonder whether Clip Studio will have more features just because there is a subscription. Is there a subscription for it? And I see people use it a lot for if they like to do line art stuff. Line art and manga stuff, I think they use Clip Studio quite a lot. I've seen some features in Clip Studio where let's say if you draw the hair like this, like that, and you can see these intersections over here like this, then there's there's some feature where I think there's a button or tool that you can click on this. If you click on it, then it will help to delete that extra hair. I've seen it somewhere, I don't remember where. And I think tools like that really helps to speed up the line art process. And so maybe if you're into doing more line art stuff, that would be more for you, Clip Studio Paint. And I guess I'm not sure, it feels like their brushes are nice. But yeah. And why did I choose and I don't mind the questions. I'm really happy to answer your questions. Thank you for tuning into the stream. I appreciate it. Thank you for watching me struggle. But why did I choose Nomad over ZBrush is just because it's one-time payment. One-time payment and just a lot more customizable. It's just customizable for me. The UI is nice, and I'm not using my PC for anything except for Blender. So most of my work are over here on the iPad. I don't have a Cintiq, so I like working on the having this iPad screen to work on, compared to having a Wacom tablet and looking at the screen and drawing. So all these things kind of yeah, they're just a lot of small reasons, although the biggest reason is just ZBrush is subscription and Nomad is a one-time payment. And I tried the ZBrush for a bit, and it's I don't think they allow you to customize your hotkeys, I think, which is kind of weird. I thought that they would allow that. So something like this, I'll try to, because and just breaking it off here for a bit. Because this area is quite dark, but I want some hairline on this, so I'm just being very careful not to choose a too bright or too bright color, just a little bit like that. Oh no, it's a bit hard to see. Yeah, just a little bit. And then yeah, so the hotkeys in Nomad Sculpt, you can customize it. In ZBrush, I think you can't. And then this area is brighter than this. And then with so I brought in some of my sculpts into ZBrush. So something like this one. If I rotate this around, there's a little bit of lag on the ZBrush iPad version, which was quite surprising to me, because like I thought that they might be better, I guess. Whereas like in this, you can see like it's very smooth, unless like the frame rate of my camera is a bit dodgy, but it's super smooth to like just look around here and then like start sculpting. And like to me, having that little bit of like when I'm like going around, it's like it's just a bit distracting for me. Yeah, so I brought this in, and then it was just like a bit laggy. So I don't know what's going on over there. And then when it comes to the file, and like the file size for ZBrush is crazy big. I don't understand why. Like I've used Nomad Sculpt for a few years, and I've really accumulated like quite a bit of projects. And also like I have lots and lots of like duplicates for backups. Whenever I do some significant like updates to my sculpt, I'll save a new version just to make sure that's fine. Just so that I can have something to fall back on. And like even with all these things, like wait, is it including this, or is it just a Nomad Sculpt application? Actually, I'm not really sure. So it's either with the files or without my saved files. But I haven't done much in ZBrush for iPad, and it's like 70 gigs versus 50 gigs of Nomad Sculpt is like 50 gigs on my iPad right now. And I've like barely used ZBrush for iPad, and it's already 70 gigs. I don't know why. It's quite, yeah, I don't know. Like I've only used it for like maybe 2 days. So I don't know what's that about. I know that this is quite straight, but I don't really want this part to be that straight. So I'm just like adding a little bit of a curve to it. And I guess this one is too much, because it's just around here. But I think also like the way that I sculpt is not like ZBrush friendly, I think, because I sculpt with dynamic topology, which is let's say if let me just use the simpler one. Where is it? So let's say if I have this one, oh my god, it's so bright. So let's say I have this simple sculpt, and I want to add some more stuff to it, like this. I'm using the dynamic topology a lot to add like maybe more cream on the side or something like that. And when I was doing this in ZBrush for iPad, it's just like so. It's not really that intuitive, I think. What is it called? I forgot what it's called. Oh yeah, Sculptris Pro. I think it's, yeah, I don't know. I just like tried to use it for a bit, and I just feel like I'm fighting against the value, the numbers, and all this stuff so much. So yeah, just like a couple of things, but it's mostly on me, I guess. And I guess honestly, I don't really think that I don't really think that I was like good for industry standard things. Wait, what's this? This one is as in I couldn't sculpt before. So I was thinking like while I'm learning how to do sculpting, I don't want to spend the money every month to slowly, like very, very slowly pick up sculpting. I think including Procreate right now, I'm using it because I'm like learning how to paint. But then at the same, and you can see like how kind of like slow the progress is because I'm always like trying to think about the different problems in each of them. And because of that, I feel like I'm spending so much time. I'm spending a lot of time. I'm wasting a lot of time. And to me, I don't really feel comfortable spending the monthly fees on learning how to do things. So maybe when I get better at all these basic painting and stuff, then I don't know, maybe like I'll look at the paid subscriptions. But for now, it's like I'm not comfortable with paying monthly for doing things so slowly. So that is like that's one of the things. Because I feel like when it comes to learning softwares, if you are good at like sculpting or painting, learning the software is not going to take that much time. Like it's a different kind of skill. I think that should be about it for this one. I just want to add some shadows to the hair. Actually, maybe not. Or maybe I'll just do like a very subtle color. Just break up this a bit. Maybe go like cut it in a little bit more. Thank you for liking my sculpts. What is the end product of my digital? Oh, I think I'm not sure about 3D printing. I did try to go into the 3D printing route last year, and it made me realize that. So like last year was a lot of experimentation of like doing many different things like down the pipeline, from like learning sculpting, and then no, I didn't do painting at that time, and then bring it to Blender for materials rendering, bring it to cleaning out the file for 3D printing. And then so like I tried like all those stuff, and then I realized that I could very easily go down the rabbit hole of like, oh, like what's next, like make like a toy merchandise and whatnot, or like do this, do that. And like it was just like a too much of a rabbit hole for me. And then like sometime this year, at the beginning of the year, I was like, I'm going to focus on and the other things that I feel like I stopped, like I don't really enjoy the 3D printing process, because like it's just a bit too much work for me, because like I don't have I don't know people who can, like, I don't know how to, I don't know like who to get like the printing done for me, because I have to prep the files myself and all that stuff, and it was just like not fun for me anymore. And so I kind of like reflected back and see like which parts of the process I found the most fun, and it was sculpting. And then I started painting with a lot of colors this year, so 2025 is like my most colorful year. Just like so much color, and just like, so I'm trying to learn how to color things in a way that I like this year. Like this, I think I really like this. So yeah, like I'm just focusing on just like one section of the pipeline, and then yeah, I don't know what to do from there. But I do want to, which is also something that I'm learning right now, which is to try and like push out more works. Like, I'm always like too obsessed with trying to perfect like every single thing last time, and like feeling like my work is not enough, and then it just never gets put out there. So like my quantity, I feel like my quality is good enough, but like the quantity of my artworks is like, it suffers quite a bit because of that. And so this year is kind of like learning how to overcome that kind of that problem of mine. And yeah, like I feel like when I get enough works out there, I think making a book about like just like behind the scenes of the different sculpts, and like even like putting all of these, this is for the other one. Let me just bring that up again. So this one's for this sculpt, and yeah, like putting this one, like all these images into a book, I think that would be really nice. But yeah, you override subscriptions too. And do I have any interest in manga? I love manga so much, but yeah, as a art form for my own things, I am like interested in a lot of things, and I'm interested in doing like small animations for my sculpts eventually. But storytelling and all that, yeah, I do want to get to that eventually, and I hope that I can do that one day. But thank you for asking all these. It's really nice to think about these kind of stuff too. Yeah, I do want to do like some animated stuff eventually. Just that right now I'm quite busy with learning how to paint and how to choose color. And then yeah, actually like hopefully next year I can kind of like get over the hump of learning how to like paint my things, and then maybe after that then I'll focus on doing like maybe a few seconds animations for some of my stuff, because there's something that I am quite interested in. And I realized that the problem with this one is because this is too bright. Like now that I look at it again, this is really dark. Let me see. Yeah, this is really dark. So I'm just going to erase these because it's not really fitting. And then Yeah, I think that's a lot. That's a lot better. And then I'll just bring this a little bit inward, just to, yeah, just so like I think this part over here is a lot easier than this section to me. So I guess like I have to think about this section and this one. I'm just putting the arrows there to remind myself. And then I'm just going to do the clothes in a different layer just to keep it more organized. I'm not sure whether I want it to be this green, like maybe not really. Actually, this blue is quite pretty. Like, as in, it's yellow, but then because it's desaturated, it looks a bit more towards like the blue side. And I'm just using a texture brush to go at it. This part should be quite dark. Maybe I'll use the same. Maybe I'll just use the same color just to like match everything up together. And then the texture brush is getting a bit too like insane, so I'm going to blur it out with a soft brush. Like having a bit of texture is good, like too much is not really that appealing. I'm gonna try like a desaturated color and then see how that matches up with everything. Actually, like I think my brain can't really handle this anymore, so I'm gonna stop it here. Thank you for, oh, and just to be clear, yeah, I do consider this period, like I kind of sidetracked like 2 years ago when I should have been doing all these stuff, and then I decided this year that I should really focus on doing my own things, because I've been like kind of wasting, I mean, it's not really a waste of time, but then I realized that I've done way more things for other people in the previous years than for myself. So yeah, 2025 is a year where I have been pretty focused on just trying to get to the place where I want to be. And like hopefully that will help me to actually this area looks quite nice. And yeah, like when it comes to commercial work, like I don't really know, because like Nomad Sculpt, I've worked in a similar industry before. I've worked in the film industry, and I know like how it is to use like the industry standard things like ZBrush and Maya, Houdini to do the work, because there's already some existing pipelines and all that things integrated to do things like faster, or like to do things a certain way that has already been done for a while. So yeah, like I haven't really thought about doing things. And I know like Blender has been used for commercial things nowadays, but yeah, I haven't really thought about doing my own things for commercial work, just because I don't really know how it fits in to the commercial works. Like the only thing that I've thought about is what you said of like the art, like making the art books of everything. But then to make that, I also need to have just like a huge volume of works, which I don't really have yet. So that is something that I am actively trying to work on. And yeah, I feel like I do have like some sort of standard, maybe like too high expectations and standards to myself. So yeah, I'm trying to be like confident that after this period of working on my skills, that I'll get to some place where I'll be like, I wouldn't say like happy, because I feel like that kind of chasing happiness is not really that attainable. Which are like, I don't really know what I'm saying. But yeah, like when I was working on this, I feel like I kept hitting a lot of roadblocks. And that's when I decided that I'm going to dedicate some time to like learning how to paint, even though it feels very scary when like I feel like it's really scary for me to like spend time on these kind of things when like I should have been spending like in my mind and be like, oh, I need to spend time on like my sculpts or like other things. Yeah, it feels really scary, but I think it'll be quite exciting to see what I can learn from these kind of things and see what I can apply to like all these stuff. I think actually like I don't really know how to apply what I learned to this. Like maybe I need to sleep it off and think about this tomorrow. Oh, and then the other thing would be focusing on making my YouTube tutorials on the sculpting side. So that's also something that I'll need to work on. Yeah. And so I've been like quite busy with doing like the birthday stuff. But then I've been quite busy with like the birthday stuff, but then like I want to do the Elden Ring runny with Chikawa. So in some sense that's like what's that? In some sense that's like a time well spent, because I haven't sculpted Chikawas before. And so I just wanted to do like a test run. So I think this was pretty good. And but some people like myself will argue your skill level is already superior. Yeah, thank you so much. And like I get what you mean. I really do. But yeah, I feel like I just have a different set of problems. And like, which is also precisely like why I started doing the stuff that I'm doing on my YouTube channel, like especially the live streams, because I also feel like yeah, probably my skill level is like what you say, like far superior, like in the logical, like as a logical fact. But then like how to say, there's this thing of like, I guess to me honestly, like it doesn't matter if I can't produce works, if you get what I mean. Like let's say if I only produce like one thing, then I guess in like the grand scheme of things, like it doesn't really work out, I guess. Like, I think people will be just like less interested. I mean, there's like so many artists out there, and I feel like probably a big part of what makes an artist successful is just being able to produce like in a timely fashion. But yeah, that is something that I'm trying to work on. And like, yeah, I feel like it's just like different people, different style problems kind of thing. And I'm just trying to figure out the solution to my own unique set of problems. Yeah. But thank you for your kind words, and yeah, thank you for finding my channel, and thank you for liking my stuff. Like, I think it really helps a lot to encounter like people like you to motivate and encourage me to do more. And I will work on the macro pad tutorial tomorrow. Oh my god, there's so many things to do. I'll work on the macro pad tutorial because like I've spent some time painting today. I've already recorded the macro pad tutorial, but I realized that it's not really that good because it feels a little bit messy and like all over the place. So I think I'm going to write a proper script for it, and then make sure that just make sure that I'm going through this in order. I think I'm not really sure. Like in my current recording, I went through like the modifier keys first, and then now that I think about it, maybe it's not really a great idea to do that. Maybe it's just like better to go through it like this. But yeah, I need to, and like I kept being so inconsistent with like what I call the keys. So I need to sit down tomorrow and like think about like what I want to do for what's that thing called? What I want to do for the tutorial. My brain's kind of like zonked out right now. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you. Thank you. And same to you. Try not to burn out. Yeah, I hope that from today's stream that hopefully if you're struggling to get motivation to paint like me, that maybe it will just bring a little bit more motivation to you to do a little bit of painting. And I will get that macro pad tutorial out soon, I think. And I will try to I'll try to get these out. Let me see this one. I'll try to get this out, get the macro pad tutorial out, and hopefully I'll get back to Night Rain stuff, which I feel like I haven't really spent a lot of time on. And like I've been listening to some music because like I like rock bands and stuff too. And when I listen to them, I'm like, oh my god, I want to work on the Night Rain sculpts. Like, it feels like it fits the vibe. But yeah, I'll get back to this main event someday. Thank you for tuning into the stream, and I'll see you in the next